So, good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome here to the beautiful island of Jamaica and to the inaugural Caribbean Spectrum Management Conference. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Dan Craft, and I'm from Forum Global, and we are delighted to be the organisers of this event and also the Global Spectrum Series, which, as you just saw from the video, is a series of regional spectrum management conferences taking place all over the world. And we're absolutely delighted to be here for the first time in the Caribbean and holding a conference focusing specifically on the region here. So we have a very busy 2 days ahead of us. So I'm going to try not to keep you for too long, but there are a couple of things that I wanted to just mention first of all before we get started. So first of all, and most importantly, I wanted to say a huge thank you to two organizations. So first of all, to CTU, so to Nigel and the team at CTU for all of their support in partnering with us on the event. So we're delighted. So we're delighted to have had the opportunity to partner with CTU on the event here. And obviously, CTU had a regulatory roundtable yesterday, and on Thursday are going to be having the Spectrum Management Task Force meeting as well. So it's great to have the opportunity to do that, to hold the events back to back, and hopefully to enable all of you here to participate in a number of events at the same time. So Nigel, Gary, all the team, thank you so much, and really do appreciate all of your support. And it's been a pleasure working with you on the event. And a huge thank you, of course, as well to our hosts here in Jamaica, to the Spectrum Management Authority of Jamaica, and particularly to Maria. So the amount of work that Maria and all of her team have put into this event, honestly, you cannot believe how much effort they put into all this and bringing everything together. And Maria, we really do appreciate everything that you and the team have done, and you have honestly been the absolutely perfect hosts. And we couldn't be more grateful for you for allowing us to come here. I mean, what a location. So it's fantastic. So thank you so much, and we do appreciate everything that you've done as well. And a big thank you as well to all of our other sponsor and partner organizations. So you can see a large number of the sponsors and partner organizations who are involved in the event, and we really do appreciate as well the support of each and every one of them. Without these sponsors, the event isn't possible. So a big thank you as well to all of our sponsors and our partners. Next, I just wanted to say a couple of words about the translation. So the majority of the event is going to be in English here, but we are delighted to have with us a delegation from Cuba. And our speakers from Cuba are going to be speaking in Spanish. So we do have translation available. So I'll come back and tell you more about this later. But if you do require translation into English from Spanish, then you need to follow the instructions here. So you need to download an app. It's the Interactio app. So you can either go to your app store and search for Interactio, or alternatively, you can use the QR code here. And there's also a QR code on the registration desk at the back there, and download that app. And then you'll be able to use your phone, your tablet, or device to then follow the translation in English. You will need headphones for that. If you don't have headphones, there are headphones available again at the back of the room. So please do speak to my colleagues, Charlie and Lloyd, at the back of the room if you require headphones. Or actually, Charlie's got some there with him now. So maybe if anyone who needs headphones puts their hand up, and Charlie can give you those. So we will come back and give you more information on that shortly, but just a bit of preparation to download the Interactio app if you do need translation there. Next off, Wi-Fi. So there is Wi-Fi available throughout the venue here. So the network you need to put in is Spectrum Conference, and the password is Digicel 2024 with a capital D. And we are very grateful to Digicel for putting in a dedicated line for us and for providing the Wi-Fi connection here as well. So thank you very much to them. When you are online, you will be able to do a couple of things. So first of all, you can see on your conference badges, you have a QR code. So that QR code will enable you to download all of the conference proceedings. So we have the program, all of the presentations and slides that are being made as well. You can download all of those using the QR code on the bottom of your badge, or again, there are sheets out at the registration desk to enable you to do that as well. And then when you're online as well, if anyone who uses social media or wants to check out what other people are posting on social media, we do have a hashtag. So you can see the hashtag again on the screen, hashtag Caribbean Spectrum. So please do, we invite you all and encourage you all to post on your social media accounts and to use that hashtag. And that will also enable you to see what other people are posting about the event as well. Next, I just wanted to mention a couple of networking events. So we have, at the end of the day today, we're delighted and again, very grateful to our hosts here at SMA and also actually to Sennheiser, who are going to be co-hosting a reception this evening. So we're going to have a networking reception. We have music, we have drinks, we have food, and of course we have great company as well. So we hope you're all able to join us for the networking reception that's going to happen immediately following the conclusion of the event today. That's going to be happening in the pavilion, which is on the same site as in the hotel here, but it is a short bus journey away. The hotel site here is very big, so it's a short bus journey away. For those of you who were at the dinner yesterday evening, the speaker dinner, it's at the same location in the pavilion, but for others, yes, it's going to be a short bus journey away. So there'll be transportation here, which we'll talk about a little more later, to take you to the reception, which happens at the end of the day today, and hope you're all able to join us for that. And also just to mention, tomorrow evening, we have an excursion, which I know some of you have already signed up to. So we're delighted to have an excursion, which is going to be taking place, a visit to the Rose Hall Great House, which is going to be taking place tomorrow after the end of the conference. I know that some of you have signed up already. Anyone who hasn't signed up to that excursion, I'll ask you please to sign up by lunchtime today at our desk at the back of the room. And then we can make sure, again, we'll have transportation to take us for a tour of the Great House. And there's also going to be a drinks reception, I think I'm right in saying, yeah, drinks reception there as well for that. And that's tomorrow evening. So if you haven't yet signed up to the excursion, please make sure you do that by lunchtime today at our desk at the back of the room. So I think that's just about it from me. Apologies, I've kept you quite a while there. And as I said, we've got a lot to get through. So we're going to be delighted shortly to be having our feature addresses, and we're hoping to be joined by Minister Vaz, who I understand is on his way here right now. But before we start with that, we thought we'd have a presentation to set the scene. I mean, I think when we are here to talk about Spectrum, what we're really looking to do at the end of the day is looking at what potential Spectrum can offer to everybody around the world. What is the potential that Spectrum can actually deliver to all consumers and to all businesses everywhere around the world? So to set the scene and maybe to give us a bit of a glimpse into a future, the future that we all, or you all as Spectrum managers are trying to create and what Spectrum can actually do, we're delighted to have with us Claire Nelson, who is the lead futurist and chief visionary officer at the Futures Forum, who's going to do that and give us, as I said, try and get us to imagine the future that we're trying to create with Spectrum. So Claire, we're delighted to have you with us to set the scene, and I'd like you to come here, and the floor is yours. Thank you. Jamaica before. So we have quite a few new people. And what we welcome you possibly then. All right, so I'm Dr. Claire Nelson. I'm a futurist, I'm a sustainability engineer. But I also, when I grew up in Jamaica, wanted to be like one of Jamaica's most famous icons. Stop it, please. One of Jamaica's most famous icons. And her name is Miss Lou. And she would always greet people with this. This a long time, y'all, me never see you. How much you hold your hands, and it's a long time. How much you hold your hands. See, that's the thing.
You who are maybe it's been a very long time to have a student. Let me hold your hand. Jonathan means to get with Italian thing, on a future of a blossom, which is a very unusual sight because Indian crows are like vultures, they only eat, you know what? And so it's basically saying, welcome, welcome, welcome. So the Amigos comes Amigos de Cuba, and I want to have welcome everybody here to Jamaica. Now, I was the first Jamaican on the moon. Yes, I was. I first went up in 2038 to set up the Human Heritage Site, which is Lunaville, which I helped create with my movement, United Planetary Society of Total Rights to Space. I'm taking you too far, but these are some of the places we will go. Or as Dr. Seuss would say, the places where we will go when we have the internet, the bandwidth, the ICT to take us to these places. So what imagine with me 2030, the first full year, if you will, when humanity has said, we have got to get together to do something about the future we want. So listen up to the news from Caribscope.
Caribbean Sea Floor Mapped. Caribbean Seascape 2030, an initiative of the Smart Caribbean Collaboratory and the General Bathymetric Chart of the Oceans, GEPCO, has succeeded in producing a definitive map of the floor of the Caribbean Sea. As part of the effort, fleets of automated vessels crisscrossed the Caribbean Sea, carrying with them an array of sensors and other technology. These uncrewed ships deployed tethered robots to inspect points of interest, all the way down to the floor of the sea. The maps provide a wealth of new information on the Caribbean seabed, showing the location of ecological hotspots, shipwrecks, archaeological artifacts, and other unique and interesting sites. Commercial applications include the inspection of pipelines and surveying of conditions for telecoms cables, offshore wind farms, and oil wells. The system will support more effective monitoring of the Caribbean Sea amidst increasing pressures of the various sectors of the blue economy.
So that is a glimpse into the future we want. Well, certainly the future I want. So why are we here? We're here to talk about the future. And you may not see it that way because after all, you're here simply to talk about spectrum management, which for you is just about today. But indeed, everything that you're doing today is about creating the future we want. Answering the question, how will we share the spectrum in its broadest possible imagination of sharing? Because indeed, the future that we co-create is also shared space. And how we address this issue of spectrum management will determine the lives we live as a society. After all, the spectrum is like the nervous system of our global society. Think about it, like our body, we need our nerves to move the things around. Well, all of humanity, all of our society needs a spectrum to move messages, communicate, everything, whether it's business, personal, government, you name it, gaming, travel, transportation, everything needs the nervous system of the communication system. The challenges for many of us who are in leadership is that we are in a state of future shock. Change is happening so fast, it's almost impossible to keep up. How many of you have tried to read your favorite journal, your favorite technical magazine, and somehow you can't find the time? So you now resort to all your visual aids to help you do that. And still, you have a challenge. So our greatest management challenge as leaders is to ensure that we're planning for an increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous future. And so your strategies as leaders is to be increasingly smart, focusing on sustainability, focusing on metrics that are meaningful, the agility, reciprocity, and of course, the trust in how you do your system. The question I want you to think about as you go through the next days is to answer the question for yourself, are you future ready? Do you understand what is it you're going to be expected in your sector 10 years from now? So any investments you make, which are 20, 30-year investments, are actually able to adapt to the future that you're trying to create. So where are we now? Indeed, if we're talking about creating a future of flourishing, of inclusion, inclusive prosperity, as the Caribbean governments are trying to do, we have to really take power in our present to make those changes. It is up to us as decision makers, change makers, to make those changes. Now, as I said to you before, we're living in an increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. Everything really, when you think about it, is a system of systems. And the spectrum management is certainly a good example of a complex system of systems. After all, you're connected hither and thither to the back end of the hardware, to the front end of the radio waves you can't see. All of that is connected. Very much like what we've been talking about through the fourth industrial revolution, which, as you know, brought to us this complex of AI and cognitive therapy and nano and all the things that made the last 10, 15 years so great and so confusing and so challenging for so many. Right now, we're talking about moving to Industry 5.0. Why? Because we recognize we have come to the edge. Indeed, the pandemic showed us that we have come to the very brink of human disaster. We're calling this the age of the Anthropocene, when human endeavor can threaten to undo all the good we have done because we have overused resources. And even the spectrum is one of the things that uses resources. Energy. Everything in telecoms is an energy grab. And we're talking then about green technology, green spectrum perhaps. So we're thinking then about Industry 5, which says go beyond Industry 4.0 to 5, which asks the question, how is all of this going to be sustainable? How is all of this going to be sustainable? So that indeed is the future we want. As Barack Obama said, we did not come here to fear the future. We came here to shape it. And that's the motto I certainly try to live by. Hence my excitement about being the first Jamaican on the moon. What we are trying to create is a safe, just space for all. This diagram was designed by Kate Raworth, who said, economics has been linear for too long. Let's look at it as a circle. What we really want to do is have an economy that works so people live a life of dignity and we don't overdo our 9 planetary boundaries. Yes, there are 9 planetary boundaries. And of course, we have to live in that safe, just space. Hence, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are critical to that. And what is fascinating that ICT technology is critical for every one of those 17 development goals. None of this 17 goals will be possible unless we have then good spectrum management. What is interesting to recognize that this year, for the first time, United Nations will be hosting the first Summit of the Future, where countries and governments are coming together to think about what really is the future we want. How do we accelerate sustainability? And the Pact for the Future just talk about digital innovation and digital connectivity. So too does the Global Digital Compact, a very big piece of this UN Summit of the Future. There are 3 things: the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, which of course is all about how we manage spectrum if you think about it. And the third is the Declaration on Future Generations. And I've lifted for you here one of the segments of that, which talks about how we harness this technology of ICT. Would you guess Jamaica is one of the countries that are co-facilitating or co-chairing that segment, the Declaration of Future Generations. And we have just come from the UN Conference of Civil Society, who is interested in ensuring that we use the spectrum right, that we make decisions about how we share the spectrum in ways that allow for inclusion, in ways that allow for human rights of all to be addressed, ways that ensure that people that are benefiting from the great technology that we have at our hands. So you think about the emerging future, there are 9 global mega trends that I like to talk about. But the most important one for you here is the one about increased interconnectedness. Increased interconnectedness. There are several billion handsets around the world right now in terms of people being accessing the smartphones, even though everyone is not on board. And by 2030, there's going to be even more. And as you see here, what is driving those changes is technology itself. And all of these things require a strong and sound and well-defined set of principles and processes and programs that ensure that we share this future in a way that does increase inclusiveness and the prosperity of the people that we are trying to serve as spectrum management authorities. A big piece of this is 5G. Of course, there's talk about 6G, but we know that right now, even to get 5G is so expensive, you know more than me, that everybody's not on board with that yet. What we do know is that life in 2030 will be, above all things, more connected. We cannot turn back the clock. No matter what divisions of, national and the wars that come up here and there, we cannot turn back the clock on the fact that humans are more connected than ever because of this fabulous World Wide Web that helped us stay sane during the dark years of the COVID pandemic. So how then might our future be different? How are we seeing what could emerge? And when I think about the future and how it might be different, I look at healthcare because all of us want to have healthcare. And so we're talking about mobile health, 3D bioprinted organs, robotic arms, AI, virtual reality for pain relief. All of these things are going to require some sort of ICT, which means what? We're going to have to design to ensure that there are spectrum available for that, or there is spectrum available for that. My English teacher would want to know, what am I saying? There are. How might tourism be different? For island nations, tourism is our lifeblood. How is that going to be different? Will we still have tourists, actually, if the sea is still going to be alive? That's another question. But we know that Internet of Things and voice technology and wearable devices are going to be all the rage in ensuring that the consumers who grew up as digital natives are going to have to be able to enjoy what they're experiencing. Infrastructure. People are talking about floating condos when some islands disappear, autonomous vehicles, 3D printed construction. Maybe we know one and in the future have a gentleman driving us from to and fro, but we'll have cars driving up in Half Moon. Well, I would kind of miss the people, so let me drop that one. All right. How would the workplace be different? Internet of Things, accessible automation. For those of you in the spectrum, cognitive radio, universal connectivity, which is certainly important for the Caribbean. I mean, if you're going to FET and you're moving from Carnival in February to Jazz Festival to the next Carnival in Jamaica, you want your phone to be able to roam, right? Yes. The most important question, though, for you here to carry with you is how will you lead the future? And I'm offering the concept of future sense. You want to move out of being surprised by the future to taking hold and watching the future, watching the signals that are emerging so you can have future sense. Understand your role is to guide vision and strategy, to support aligned activities, to establish shared goals, to help build will, and then to enable change. Change is hard. Those of us who know we always fold our arms this way, you just try folding it the other way and see how confused you get. It's hard to change, but change you must. Your organizations will have to be learning organizations to be agile, to embrace radical new partnerships and technologies and ways of being. You have to become then a leader of such a learning organization that's continuously scanning your external environment and engage it in a dialogue to constantly refresh and ensure that your staff, your customers, your clients, your stakeholders are on board with the changes that are happening. You must have anticipatory leadership, which is an adaptive approach to long-term strategy, and be able to craft an adaptive business strategy. So when invariably a shock hits, you are resilient and you can move forward with resilient thinking. We are talking about imagining, for example, a future, I fear, of cascading failures. Can you imagine there's space weather machine somehow doesn't work and unexpected solar flares create power surges, which cause glitches in the grid, which cause your cognitive radar software systems, which create emergency communications to fail. And then we have streets and communities in chaos. But if you are able to be agile and adaptable, you would have thought about what if. You'd have done the simulation modeling in the metaverse, by the way, to ensure that your emergency management system and the way you're managing your spectrum is designed in such a way to allow you to, as best as you can, imagine and protect against the future you fear and move towards the future you want. So what characteristics must you have? You must have curiosity, courage. You must be cross-generational in your approach, compassionate, collaborative, creative, and you must of all be culturally connected. Because yes, you are deep down in the hardcore science of spectrum management, but you have to be connected to what's outside. So I invite you to recognize your blueprint that you, as a future smart leader, must have. You must have a mindset change, recognizing it's all about win-win. Be able to be comfortable with collaborative exercises and partnerships and being adaptive problem solving. Because indeed, if you think about the future you want, recognize that that future is ours to shape. And just remember, the future is embedded in the landscape of both past and present, and the future favors the bold. So seize the day, seize the day, seize the day.
Wow. Well, what a inspiring, energetic, and yeah, fantastic way to get things going with this year's conference. So Claire, thank you so much for that, and for those words to remind everyone that whilst spectrum policy, I guess, can sometimes get a bit technical, actually, it's what we're all trying to achieve and where we're trying to get to in the end. So Claire, thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciated. So we're delighted now to be kicking things off with our feature addresses for this year's conference. So in a second, I'm going to pass over to Maria, who's going to introduce those. But just before we do, a reminder that we do have Ana Julia Marina Lopez with us, who's going to be speaking in a second from the Cuban Ministry. Who's going to be speaking in Spanish. So a reminder for everybody, if you need the translation, again, the app you need to download is Interactio. You can use that using the QR code there or the link. And then if you don't have headphones, Charlie at the back of the room has headphones that we can give you. So please do put your hand up if you do need a set of headphones as well. So we'll leave that slide on for a second just whilst we introduce things. But now it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage to introduce our feature addresses and also to introduce the conference properly, our host here in Jamaica. So Maria Myers Hamilton, she needs very little introduction, I'm sure, to anyone, but I'm going to introduce her anyway. So Maria, as we know, is the managing director here at the Spectrum Management Authority in Jamaica, and as I said, is our host and the reason that we're all here today in this fantastic setting. So Maria, we're delighted to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Just stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. Yeah. My feelings, I'm stone.
Good morning. The Honorable Darrell Vaz, Minister of Science, Energy, Technology, and Transportation. Vice Minister, Communication, the Ministry of Communications of Cuba, Ana Julia Martin Lopez, fellow regulators, distinguished guests, policymakers, experts, friends from across the globe, colleagues, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. In the words of Robert Nesta Marley, one love. It is with extreme pleasure and honor that I welcome you to this Global Spectrum Series in Jamaica, a pinnacle assembly where the world converges to sculpt the future of spectrum policy. This year marks a significant milestone in our journey as we proudly introduce and pioneer this event dedicated to the vibrant, dynamic Caribbean region, expanding our global tapestry to several pivotal annual conferences. Each event in their series stand a cornerstone for Spectrum Dialogue, which will occur today within this region. Yet together, we harmonize in a powerful symphony of international collaboration and insight. This Global Spectrum Series has always been more than a series of events, and I had the honor of attending one in Brasilia recently. It's a collective endeavor to navigate the complexities of spectrum management, unlocking the boundless complexities and the potential of the digital future, as Claire eloquently presented to all of us. Through the conference, we're aiming to focus our attention on the power of collaborations as we deep dive into the heart of the most pressing spectrum themes and the topics offering a rich, detailed exploration like any other. As we gather here, not just as participants, we are architects of the connected world. This will offer unparalleled platforms for global spectrum communications to voice their unparalleled words, voices, issues, forge new connections, debate essential topics, and share invaluable best practices. Here you'll find decision makers at your fingertips through the leaders within the earshot and latest debates, ready to engage with your insights and expertise. we stand at the cusp of shaping the spectrum ecosystem, steering it towards a future that is inclusive, innovative, intelligently managed. Your presence and participation is integral to this journey. Together, let us seize the opportunity to influence policy, drive progress, and forge a spectrum landscape that serves not just the needs of today, but the dreams of tomorrow. It is essential to acknowledge the leadership that drives us forward. Our Minister, the Honorable Darrell Vaz, thank you for being here and bringing your vision, your knowledge, and passion. Minister Vaz, who has a portfolio responsibility for science, energy, telecommunications, and transportation portfolios, is known as a visionary, a man of all seasons. He has served the Jamaican people for over 38 years. He started very young. In his recent sectoral presentation, Minister Vaz outlined comprehensive strategies and accomplishments and underscored the government of Jamaica's commitment to innovation and development. His initiatives span enhanced broadband connectivity across the island to promoting sustainable energy solutions and advancing public transportation systems. His vision and digital inclusiveness in Jamaica is not just aspirational, but anchored in ongoing projects and tangible results. A man of action. The track record of leadership shows us a clear path towards Jamaica, emphasizing the crucial role of modernizing infrastructure, reliable energy, a robust telecommunication system. Under his stewardship, the ministry has not only addressed today's challenges, but also proactively prepared for the future needs of our nation. We delve into the discussion today. Let us draw in inspiring from Minister Vaz's dedication, his strategic approach to transform Jamaica into a digital society, knowledge-based economy. His efforts guarantee Jamaica's leadership in the global digital revolution, particularly in the crucial domain of spectrum management. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my esteemed honor to bring to the podium my minister, the Honorable Darrell Vaz.
One love, one heart, let's get together and feel alright. One love, one heart, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and we will feel alright.
Thank you very much, Maria. Honorable guests, esteemed delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and for those who are visiting our island, let me say a special welcome to you and hope that you get an opportunity to enjoy some of our culture. I truly appreciate the opportunity to join in this conference and to be able to share the government of Jamaica's perspective, direction, and analysis on a range of spectrum issues facing the region. I therefore stand before you with a deep sense of purpose as we convene for the Caribbean Spectrum Management Conference. This gathering serves as a beacon of hope, a platform for collaboration, and a catalyst for progress as we navigate the ever-evolving landscape of telecommunications. As a minister with responsibility for telecommunications for Jamaica, I'm profoundly aware of the transformative power of connectivity. It's a force that transcends borders, empowers individuals, and drives economic growth. Today, I take the opportunity to underscore the critical importance of several key areas in our pursuit of a more connected and inclusive Caribbean. The global system that facilitates our day-to-day communications and drives our basic activities in this increasingly connected world is a complex one from a technical, social, and geopolitical perspective. Spectrum harmonization stands as a cornerstone of our collective efforts to foster regional integration and economic development. By aligning our spectrum policies and regulations, we unlock a multitude of benefits, including enhanced cross-border communication, economies of scale, and increased investment in telecommunications infrastructure. Spectrum harmonization not only promotes interoperability, but also facilitates the efficient utilization of spectrum resources, paving the way for innovative services and technologies that enrich the lives of our citizens and businesses alike. Furthermore, despite significant advancements in telecommunications infrastructure, many communities within our region, and certainly within rural Jamaica, still lack access to basic connectivity services. Spectrum connectivity holds the key to addressing this disparity, empowering us to extend the transformative power of connectivity to every corner of the Caribbean. By leveraging spectrum resources to reach the unserved and underserved populations, we can unlock new opportunities for the social inclusion, economic empowerment, and sustainable development. The Universal Service Fund continues to work to reach these communities which are in need of connectivity through their Connect Jamaica public Wi-Fi program. To this end, last year, 5 new public Wi-Fi hotspots were rolled out in 2023-24 financial year, resulting in a total of 29 Connect Jamaica sites available island-wide. Additionally, the successful implementation of the 4th community Wi-Fi hotspots in the last financial year brought the community Wi-Fi penetration to 315 communities across the island. Still not enough. Yet despite these achievements, work continues to reach even more communities and touch more lives. This, of course, helps in tracking the digital divide, which remains one of the most pressing challenges facing our region today. While we have made significant strides in expanding connectivity, disparities persist, particularly in rural and Jamaica and remote areas. Addressing this challenge requires a multifaceted approach encompassing infrastructure development, digital literacy programs, and targeted initiatives to reach marginalized communities. By working collaboratively across sectors and leveraging innovative technologies, we can further bridge the digital divide and create a more equitable and inclusive society for all. Ladies and gentlemen, as we make the remarkable strides in spectrum connectivity, we must also consider the benefits of analog switch-off. This represents a pivotal moment in our journey towards a fully digitized broadcasting ecosystem. As we bid farewell to outdated analog technologies, we embrace the opportunities afforded by digital broadcasting, including superior audiovisual quality, increased channel capacity, and spectrum efficiency. By relocating spectrum resources previously used for analog broadcasting, we can accelerate deployment of advanced telecommunication services, such as 5G networks, broadband expansion, and Internet of Things applications. The analog switch-off underscores our commitment to embracing digital transformation and leveraging technology to bridge the digital divide. Through targeted policies, innovative partnerships, and strategic investments, we can bridge the digital divide and ensure that no one is left behind in this digital age. Naturally, to support and empower the efforts towards spectrum connectivity, we must work to produce and instill robust legal and regulatory frameworks to foster a conducive environment for telecommunications investment and innovation. As we strive to harness the full potential of spectrum management, we must ensure that our regulatory frameworks are agile, transparent, and adaptive to technological advancements. By promoting fair competition, protecting consumer rights, and fostering innovations, we can create an enabling environment that encourages investment and drives the growth of our telecommunications sector. The government of Jamaica continues to undergo rigorous activities to support legal framework and on governing the pricing of spectrum, guided by the established spectrum pricing policy and the relevant provisions of the Radio Technical Commission for Aeronautics regulations. The spectrum pricing policy sets out a clear, fair, and transparent framework for determining the cost associated with the use of spectrum. It balances the need for efficient use of this valuable resource with the promotion of competition and innovation in the telecommunications industry. These policies are designed to support the government's broader objective of ensuring affordable, high-quality communication services for all our citizens. The RTCA regulations provide additional guidance and specific requirements for the allocation and pricing of spectrum. These regulations are essential for maintaining consistency and fairness in the market while safeguarding public interests. In line with these guiding documents, we remain committed to fair and equitable pricing, ensuring spectrum pricing that is reasonable and proportionate to the economic and technical value of the resource. Transparency and predictability, providing clear and consistent guidelines on spectrum pricing to foster trust, certainly among the market participants. Efficiency and innovation, encouraging the optimal use of spectrum resources to promote competition, enhance service quality, and drive technological advancements. Accessibility, striving for broad accessibility to spectrum for a range of users, including new and emerging market entrants. And public interest, ensuring spectrum pricing policies align with the public interest, including promoting connectivity and access for underserved and rural areas. By adhering to the spectrum pricing policy and the RTCA regulations, we aim to establish a stable and conducive environment for the development of the telecommunications sector. We are dedicated to working with industry stakeholders to achieve these objectives and advance the nation's digital economy. When we consider the outcomes of the World Radio Communication Conference, WRC 23 last year, we find that it served as a catalyst for delivering mobile connectivity to more people, closing the usage gap and ensuring sustainability, affordability, and global inclusivity. For the mobile industry, WRC decisions are critical to provide certainty of the future spectrum, availability on which to plan investment and build better connectivity services. Mobile operators require predictable access to low, mid, and high band spectrum. Providing this certainty helps to encourage the long-term investments needed to meet growing demand and increased innovation. The results of the WRC 23 have provided a clear roadmap for the mobile sector, allowing for planning in the low bands below 1 gigahertz and mid bands 3 to 5 gigahertz to 6 gigahertz regions, while ensuring studies for future IMT identification to develop during the new cycle. It is also presented to you a unique opportunity for us to shape the future of spectrum management on a global scale. As we prepare for further developments in this area, it is imperative that we engage actively in the preparatory process, advocating for the interests of the Caribbean region and positioning ourselves as key contributors to the international dialogue on spectrum policy. By collaborating with our regional and international partners, we can ensure that the outcomes of the WRC 23 reflect our shared vision of a more connected, inclusive, and prosperous world. Ladies and gentlemen, our future must focus on further expanding networks, increasing speeds, boosting adoption, and improving connections of anchor institutions. And that's only on the consumer side. On the business side, we look forward to seeing the realization of intelligent transportation systems in our car, advancement in e-health and e-education, and new developments in aerial systems. All these improvements and innovations will require us to expertly manage our spectrum resources and utilize the best new engineering innovations you can devise. In conclusion, let us seize the opportunities before us with courage and conviction. Let us harness the power of spectrum management to drive positive change, empower our citizens, and build a brighter future for the Caribbean. Together, we can overcome the challenges that lie ahead and chart a course towards a more connected, inclusive, and prosperous region. Let me wish all of you the best in your deliberations for the conference and hope that we will come out of here stronger in relation to unity and sense of purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much once again to Minister Vaz for those words and for being with us and helping us open the conference with our feature address there. So we're delighted to now move on to our second feature address. This is where we're going to be asking you if you need the translation to use your headset. So once again, if anyone needs a headset, please raise your hands and you can download the link. You can download the app using the link there for the Interactio app to enable you to use the translation here. So we're delighted to have with us for our second feature address, Ana Julia Marin Lopez, who's Vice Minister of Communications at Mincom, Cuba. Vice Minister, we're delighted to have you with us, and the floor is yours.
Bueno, primeramente, good morning. I speak English. Oh, thank you. My English is very bad. Sorry. Realmente lo primero que quiero hacer es un agradecimiento al gobierno de Jamaica, al ministro, a la señora María, a los organizadores del evento, que realmente gracias a ellos, nosotros después de una vuelta muy grande, llegamos aquí a Jamaica a pesar de ser casi como que vecinos. Entonces, el espectro radioeléctrico es un recurso, como todos ustedes conocen, natural, invaluable, que impulsa la conectividad global y habilita una amplia gama de servicios y tecnologías, desde las redes móviles hasta la radioafición, la Internet de las cosas. En un mundo cada vez más interconectado, es fundamental garantizar un acceso equitativo, eficiente del espectro, teniendo en cuenta tanto las necesidades actuales como las futuras, que el futuro lo tenemos ya, como la señora había dicho, la primera oradora que tuvimos, muy emocionada, el futuro es ya, como dice ella. La gestión del espectro desempeña un papel crucial en este momento en todos los procesos. La armonización de frecuencias, la asignación eficiente del espectro son elementos claves para garantizar una coexistencia armónica de los servicios de la comunicación inalámbrica. Debemos promover políticas y regulaciones que fomenten la innovación, el desarrollo sostenible, al tiempo que protegemos contra interferencias electromagnéticas y garantizamos el uso responsable del espectro. En este contexto, el licenciamiento del espectro, el compartimiento de los enfoques que merecen la consideración especial, permite una asignación de frecuencias específicas a operadores para garantizar la calidad de los servicios, mientras que el espectro compartido promueve la utilización eficiente al permitir el acceso a múltiples usuarios y servicios en el mismo rango de frecuencia. No podemos olvidar la importancia de la colaboración, la participación de todos los interesados, la industria, los reguladores, los gobiernos, la sociedad civil, deben trabajar mano a mano para abordar los desafíos y aprovechar las oportunidades que nos da el espectro. Solo a través del diálogo abierto, la cooperación, podemos encontrar soluciones innovadoras y beneficios para todos. Nuestro país en los últimos 5 años se ha visto obligado a cambiar todo el marco regulatorio por el desarrollo creciente que ha tenido en los últimos años las nuevas tecnologías. Nosotros, como todos los países, estamos en la mejor disposición de colaborar con todos, de compartir experiencias y bueno, a partir de ya nos estamos integrando con el Caribe, por supuesto, nuestros hermanos la conferencia mundial, por supuesto, nos abrió más los ojos de la necesidad tan grande que tenemos de compartir, de unirnos para poder tener una sociedad mejor y llegar, y es obligación de nuestro gobierno de llegar hasta el último de nuestros ciudadanos. En conclusión, la conferencia esta nos da una oportunidad para el intercambio de conocimientos, ideas y mejores prácticas en el ámbito del espectro. Espero que, bueno, las discusiones y los intercambios que tengamos durante estos 2 o 3 días sean provechosos para todos y, bueno, para nosotros, por supuesto, que va a ser muy, muy interesante. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
So thank you so much to the Vice Minister for those words and again for helping us to open this year's conference. So we're now going to be moving on to our first panel, which is going to be focusing specifically on WRC. But before we do, we actually wanted to get all of you guys out here working a little bit. So at all of the regional conferences that we held following WRC 19, we asked everybody what they thought the most prominent issues were going to be for the next cycle for WRC 23. And we want to do the same this time round. So we want to ask you all, and we're going to be doing the same in all of the different regions that we're holding the conference. We want to ask you all what you think are going to be the most prominent issues for discussion ahead of WRC 27. So we're going to ask you all to do a bit of a vote. So again, we're getting lots of QR codes today. So it says another QR code to invite you to click and to link to. So we want to invite you to use the QR code there, or otherwise go to slido.com and then use the hashtag CSMC. And if you go there, that should then open up a page which will enable us to ask you to vote on a question that we have available there. So once again, you please scan the QR code there, or you can go to slido.com and use the hashtag CSMC. And just before we ask the proper question, we thought we'd do a test question just to make sure it's working for everybody. And also just to show us, I suppose, the breakdown of where people have come from here to attend the conference today. So the first question that we have is, where are you joining us from? So just a test to make sure everything is working and the system is working for everybody. So if you could let us know where you're joining us from. Anyone who is joining us from here in Jamaica, for anyone joining from the wider Caribbean region, or for those of you joining us from outside the Caribbean. So if I could ask you all to use that and to vote now on that question. Okay, let's see where people are joining from. Wow. Oh, it's changing. There we go. So we have a mixed audience geographically, I guess. So that's the one thing to say there. So okay, so let's move on and let's ask the question that we want to use. And as I said, we're going to be asking this exact same question at all of the different regional spectrum conferences that we have, which will hopefully give us a picture across all the regions. What are going to be or what do people think are going to be the key issues for discussion ahead of WRC 27? So if we could have the next question up, please, Jordan. So hopefully we've covered all issues here. We do have an other/don't know if you feel that the issues that we have raised here aren't, or if you feel that the most prominent issue is one of the ones that isn't raised here. So what do you think will be the most prominent issue at WRC 27? So the first option is spectrum for IMT. So that's looking at those 4 bands that have been identified for study for IMT. So the 440 to 448 4,400, 4,800, 7125, 8400, or the 14.8 to 15.35. So Spectrum for IMT. Spectrum for mobile satellite services. So that's the direct-to-device agenda item that they have there. Framework for the coexistence of NGSO services with GSO and direct-to-device services. So the other satellite agenda item there. Spectrum for lunar communications, which is, I think, new on the agenda for WRC 27. Radio quiet zones and space weather, or as I said, the final option is other, don't know. So if I could ask everyone to please vote for what you think will be the most prominent issue for discussion at WRC 27. So in 4 years' time, 3.5 years' time now. Okay, let's see what everyone thinks on that. Direct-to-device. So there we go. So obviously for the region here, the two satellite agenda items look to be the ones that people think are going to be most prominent. And 50% and 51% of you there thinking that spectrum for mobile satellite for direct-to-device services is going to be the most prominent issue. So fantastic. Well, look, thank you very much, everyone, for taking part in that vote there. And that probably will give, well, that definitely will give us some food for thought, I'm sure, for our next session, which is going to be looking specifically at WRC 23 outcomes and the next steps. So if I could invite our panelists for this session to come and join us here on the stage. So that's Maria to come and join us once again on the stage, and also Nigel Casimir, Carol Souza, Natalia Vicente, Jose Ayala, Martha Suarez, and Tarcisio Bacaus to come and join us, please, here on the stage. So yes. You could sit, yeah, so if you could take the second seat there, Nigel, thank you. Maria on the first seat here. And maybe Carol, if I could ask you next to Nigel there.
And Oscar is on the line.
No, he's just a video, pre-recorded video. So I will pass over. As you see, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers here. So I'll pass now back over to Maria, who we're working very hard this morning. Sorry, Maria. I'll pass back over to you to introduce the topics and to introduce our fantastic lineup of speakers. Over to you, Maria.
Thank you so much, Dan. And again, wow, we have a wealth of knowledge on this platform. I must tell you this. And I'm going to ask each and every one to introduce themselves. And then we're going to have a short video from Oscar, who unfortunately could not be with us today. So could we start from the end, Tarcisio? Would you just introduce yourself, say a few words, who you are, where you're from?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Dear friend, Maria Myers, and dear Nigel, my friend too, and Dan, thank you so much. I am Tarcisio Bacaus. I am from Brazil. I'm a coordinator of a strategic radio spectrum and orbit in an international way in Brazil. So I work with ITUR, CTEL, CTU, CEPT, and other regional countries with the vision of the WRC conferences, radio assembly, and other strategic points of Brazil. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is that Carol? Martha, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for Jamaica for hosting this meeting and for CTU for all the invitation and Global Forum for the organization. So my name is Marta Suarez. I'm the president of Dynamic Spectrum Alliance, DSA, and it's really an honor to be here today with such a great group of speakers.
Hello, my name is Jose Ayala. I thank Forum Global for the invitation, and also to the regulator from Jamaica and Mrs. Myers. I am Director of Government and Policy Advocacy for Latin America at Ericsson, and I'm based in Mexico. Thank you. It's a pleasure being here with distinguished colleagues.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalia Vicente, and I'm the VP of Public Affairs at GSOA, the Global Satellite Association. I join my thank you to everyone that has made this possible. I think it is very good that we have the first CTU Spectrum Management Conference here, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Good morning, Maria and everyone. Thank you all for having us here. My name is Carol Sosa Leguizamon. I am working with the GSMA. I'm Spectrum Policy Director, and I'm really excited to be in Jamaica, so thank you.
Honorable Minister, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am Nigel Casimir. I am the Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and I coordinate our spectrum management harmonization work at the CTU Secretariat.
Thank you all. So last year was a very important year for spectrum management and regulators and the world. We came together in a space of, 4 weeks or 6 weeks, and we spoke and we talked, we argued, we challenged, but we came to an agreement. So the World Radio Conference was really filled with a lot of discussions, not only from Region 2, Region 3, and Region 1. And each region had their own perspective. And today we're going to try and give you a synopsis, a little glimpse of what happened over that period and why we are here now. And the challenge we have, and we're planning for 2027, because as somebody mentioned before this, it's all about the space. And again, I think Dr. Nelson, Claire Nelson, was right on spot, because I didn't even tell her, I said, you're just going to come and speak. But the fact is she touched on a number of key issues as regulators that we need to really hone in on and try and deliberate. So we're going to try and kick off that conversation. But before we start, each of us is going to do like a 1-minute presentation or so on our space, because we have a number of questions that we have prepared. I believe Oscar has done a pre-recording that we will do first. We'll watch that, and then we will move into the discussion of the team. Thank you again.
Dear colleagues and friends, it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting the Inter-American Telecommunication Commission, CTEL, at the Caribbean Spectrum Management Conference. It is an honor to welcome you at this session, WC23 Outcomes and Next Steps. As we convene today, we find ourselves at an important moment in the realm of global connectivity. The decisions made at the latest World Radio Communications Conference, WC23, held last year in Dubai, has set the stage for the future of telecommunications worldwide. This conference was not merely a meeting, but a critical juncture for the global connectivity community to come together, reassess and updated radio regulations that are the backbone of spectrum utilization worldwide. As we dig into the key decision from WC23 and the profound implications for Region 2, including the Caribbean countries, it's essential to recognize the broad spectrum of users this decision affects. From international mobile telecommunication, IoT, and satellite services, to Wi-Fi and broadcast technologies. The decision made at the WC committee have a far-reaching impact. Firstly, decisions on IoT allocation are crucial. They could significantly shape the deployment of 5G, boosting mobile broadband capabilities and enabling advancement of the Internet of Things and the smart cities. The potential for 5G to transform our societies, economies, and industry cannot be overstated. Secondly, the choices related to satellite communication will not only influence broadband, broadcasting, and emergency services, but could also have significant effects on our remote and underserved areas. Thirdly, regulations on allocations for Wi-Fi and other unlicensed wireless technologies will shape spectrum users for local area networks, IoT, and other wireless applications. Enhanced by the Wi-Fi mass expansion or the introduction of technologies like Wi-Fi 6E could revolutionize connectivity in our region. These technologies have the potential to boost speeds, increase capacity, and enable new applications that can benefit both consumers and businesses in the Caribbean. Lastly, decisions regarding broadcasting spectrum allocations and regulations will impact the transition to digital broadcasting and the provision of over-the-air television and radio services. This transition is not just a technical change, but also a cultural shift that will affect the viability and quality of broadcasting services across the Caribbean. It is essential to manage this transition effectively, to minimize disruptions, and ensure that all communities have access to high-quality broadcasting services. Overall, the decision made at WRC-23 will influence the allocation, regulation, and utilization of spectrum across various industry sectors in the Caribbean. The stakeholders in the region need to monitor these developments closely and actively participate in the international forums to ensure that the spectrum needs of the Caribbean are adequately addressed. Certainly, Caribbean countries set ambitious goals at the WRC-23, focusing on securing spectrum for 5G and ensuring equitable access to connectivity. Spectrum harmonization and the balancing of licensed versus unlicensed use are areas that need our attention and collaboration. It is worth noting that although 5G still holds a smaller share, its growth is steady and promising. The NT focus has now shifted to study bands like 4.5 GHz to 4.8 GHz or 7.12 to 8.5 GHz and 15.35 GHz for G6G in the upcoming WRC-27. In collaboration with the Caribbean countries holds significant potential to influence key decisions both within CITEL and ITU. Despite current obstacles such as difference in policies and resources, we must work together to overcome these barriers. Fostering regional cooperation will allow us to fully harness the benefits of an unified voice in these international forums. The decision made at the WRC will significantly impact Latin America as well. New spectrum bands for 5G and mobile services were identified, and intense debates surrounding the 6 GHz band. Progress was made in identifying the spectrum for direct communication between mobiles and satellites. This is crucial for bridging coverage gaps. However, there are outstanding issues that need to be addressed. These topics, along with the diversity of approaches in the region, pose challenges to frequency harmonization and the future development of telecommunications. Looking towards the horizons of the WRC-27, we must recognize key pending issues like spectrum allocation for aeronautical and maritime services, uplink and gateway air station for the SFS, and flights and satellite broadcasting services. Additionally, consideration for connectivity between space stations and IoT are on the agenda. These decisions will significantly shape the future of telecommunications in the Caribbean. As we prepare for the WRC-27, engagement and collaboration are essential to address and resolve issues from the WRC-23 and to shape the upcoming agenda. These discussions will not only guide the Caribbean's connectivity, but also influence the global telecommunications landscape. Active participation ensures the Caribbean's unique needs are represented, enabling us to deliver new technologies for growth, inclusivity, and resiliency in our region's telecommunication infrastructure. To conclude, I invite you to embark on this journey with us, analyzing the outcomes of the WRC-23 and charting our course toward the WRC-27. Together we can shape the future of connectivity in the Caribbean and globally, ensuring a brighter and more connected future for all. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Speaking clap, he's not here, but we acknowledge his guidance and thank you. So Nigel, I'm going to start with you, and we're looking at CTU now as a whole. What were your takeaways from WRC 23 and going towards now 27th cycle? What are the important things or the fundamental things we have learned from the past and now we need to embrace going forward to improve upon the process into 2027?
Thank you, Maria. Oscar would have given a broad overview of the whole agenda of the WRC 23. I think what I'll try to do a little bit is to focus on what we interpreted as the items of highest priority for the Caribbean and what came out of that. Certainly for the Caribbean, and I should say as well, in terms of the CTU's role with spectrum management, we provide a platform for our member states to come together, to collaborate, to discuss, and ideally to build consensus positions around the various items that are on the agenda, so that we take Caribbean positions as far as we can formulate them into the wider regional forum. That's the CITEL forum, which Oscar is the executive secretary for. And then from the Americas region that CITEL controls into the global forum, like the WRC. So each of us in the Caribbean, of course, has limited resources, most being small island states and so on. So the fact that we can come together and share information, resources, bring in some additional expertise or invite in additional expertise as well, certainly helps us to learn, helps us to build capacity, and helps us to move forward in appropriate negotiations. So out of the quite long agenda of the WRC, we identified certain matters that were of highest priority for the Caribbean. And this, of course, these were the International Mobile Telecoms, or IMT, as they say. What are the frequencies that we're putting in or putting forward for IMT? And related to that was matters related to Wi-Fi, right? So IMT and Wi-Fi were competing. Mention was made of high altitude platforms, and in the case of WRC 23, they were specifically looking at high altitude IMT base stations. So that was very of much importance for us, because we see applications in the Caribbean for things like disaster management in particular, and also the typical more rural and hard to reach areas coverage. Further than that, we also were interested in some of the maritime issues, the GMDSS, or the Global Maritime Distress and Safety System upgrades, because, you know, being a region which is mainly water with islands in it, yes. we certainly have a stake in making sure that the distress and safety system is modernized. So let me just focus on some of those. There are others related to satellite, but my other panelists, I'm sure, will get into the specifics of that. So we were, I think, pretty well pleased with the eventual outcome of the WRC 23 with respect to those matters. If in terms of the frequency bands that end up being allocated for IMT, for example, there was the particularly contentious matter of the 6 gigahertz band between IMT and Wi-Fi.
Martha will talk about that in a moment.
And the strong trend in the Americas to allocate basically all the spectrum to unlicensed or Wi-Fi type applications. But within our Caribbean group, there were some administrations who saw value in retaining some flexibility for both Wi-Fi and IMT. So no firm decisions were taken there. But I think within our Caribbean circle, we have room for discussions and
Absolutely.
nuances like that. So let me stop for the moment.
Thank you so much, Nigel, for those opening remarks. So Carol, tell me, do you think we have unfinished business in the region based on what we had, the outcomes of 2023 going into 2027? I know you prepared something, but I want you to think about that question. Is there unfinished business? Do we need to know as Region 2 revisit some of the decisions that we had to make? And I must say, being the vice chair of COM4, which met right up until the very end, it was a challenge. But again, lesson learned. Do you think we could do some things differently in Region 2? I'm just throwing that question out. Persons can think about this too as we move forward. Over to you, my love.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for the question. And indeed, yes, I have prepared some information with specific highlights for the region. So I go into that.
We're going to do a slide. Oh, awesome.
This is open. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for checking. So before going to the question and looking more in introductory remarks of what was going on with WRC, this is a summary. I know some of you attended to the breakfast that was about this topic on WRC and the results, what was studied before it, and what was the agenda in general terms. So as a summary, more than 160 countries attended, also with different representatives from industries. In attendees, we were more than 3,900 people, so we were a lot. And it was a month, as Maria said, almost 6 weeks. In terms of the mobile industry effort, well, we spent lots of time there as well. And we attended with 8 vendors, 39 MNOs, around 130 people. So we had a stand as well there. We hosted a couple of events inside the conference. And within the committees and the different working groups, the GSMA chaired 7 of them. So what was at stake for IMT in this region? And now I'm going to answer specifically to the question made by Maria. So, sorry about that. So, okay, so if we take a look to Region 2 and we see the brownish area according to the ITU division, we have different agenda items there. And this is a reminder for everyone and for people who were not able to attend. So we had agenda item 1.2 and 1.1 with some of the decisions that were made. But basically, studies under mid-bands, so considerations of harmonization for around 3.5 gigahertz and 6 gigahertz was for more other regions, for Region 1, and 7 to 71, 25 gigahertz. And something that was also considered and was also changed was the 10 to 10.5 gigahertz. So these were the results. In general terms, this is a summary. So changes around 6 gigahertz, changes as well, and harmonization really useful for the region in 3.5 gigahertz. Low bands as well for, well, not applicable here because we had made the decisions in Region 2 before, but also useful for us to consider because we're going to have more low bands to deploy mobile networks, and this is the best bands for coverage, as we all know. But in terms of footnotes and how the radio regulations was changed, this is a summary of the changes that you were going to see in the new version of the radio regs. So modification on the footnote 5.308 about these low bands. In the case of Region 2, and this is all about Region 2 because there were way more footnotes, but some countries added their names in the identification. Actually, Jamaica was one of them. El Salvador as well from the region. So this is important as well for the region because also Europe took a decision on that. We're going to have a bigger ecosystem in that band. The harmonization in 3.3 to 3.4 gigahertz, that was also completely identified for Region 2, and the 3.6 to 3.7 as well. And this is important because, as we have seen in our data for 5G deployments, more than 55% of 5G networks are using these mid-bands to deploy their networks. So this is big, and this is going to allow us more harmonization to have a growth ecosystem and accessibility. Finally, the benefits, the beneficiaries are going to be the final users. So as well, in 3.7 to 3.8, I'm mentioning some countries because this was not applicable to the whole region. So this is something that if you want to check the details, you can go directly to the Radio Regs. In this moment, the final acts, because we don't have the Radio Regs still published, as you may know, but we do have that reference. And also one of the comments made before by Nigel, the 6 gigahertz band, it was not under study, under consideration by Region 2, but some countries identified the band for this usage. Well, of course, we're going to have more information about that after. And the 10 gigahertz band. So this is very important as well as a result. So what about WRC 27? And actually, with the question in the survey made before by Forum, you could see some of the topics that are going to be included. We have 1.7 in Region 2 with the consideration of 7.1 to 8.4 gigahertz and 14 gigahertz as well for IMT possible identification. The winner of the contest today in the survey, so 1.13 for direct-to-device communications and services, and a couple of satellite more, 1.12 and 1.14. And why I include this? Because we have as well IMT identification on those ones. So this is also something important to consider. Well, with this, I think I've made my remarks. Thank you.
Presentation, or are you going to free flow?
Always free flow is good, but I have a presentation in this case.
Please go right ahead.
Well, thank you very much. And I really think it's very relevant that we meet in every region to have this discussion. As I said, I'm from GSOA, I'm with the Satellite Association, and we represent 70 members around the world, providing services globally, including for sure here in the Caribbean. I think one of the things that we have heard already this morning on the opening remarks is precisely that one of the reasons that we meet here to discuss about spectrum is to connect the unconnected, to connect that 2.6 billion that is not connected, but also to bring connectivity everywhere and take advantage of IoT and all the other services that we can bring on it. Let me just, voila. Here you can see the members of the association. It's clear that we're in a great moment. I mean, the work has started for the new cycle, and it's a bit of what has happened and what is happening next. From the satellite perspective, I mean, we went into WRC 23 with clear objectives. It was driving innovation and fostering economic opportunities, advancing the future of space services together, and safeguarding critical services. All in all, and without entering in details, I think that in every meeting there is things that will be better, things that will be compromises, and things that will be still open for study. In our case, we think that WRC concluded with the establishment of regulatory policies that strike a balance between the satellite operators and the needs and the evolving technological landscapes. We think that these policies provide regulatory certainty and flexibility and are providing fostering a conducive environment for research and development in the satellite industry. It is true that we find ourselves in a moment in which satellite is innovating extraordinarily, and so we need to think also what's happening next. when it comes to this region and when it comes to the Caribbean and CITEL in general, I think something that is very valuable is the work that we do in preparation of all these meetings, discussing and sharing best practices and building towards the cycle together. If we think about right now, what would we think we need to focus on? It will be very much on, at this point, updating the national tables of frequencies when it comes to the allocation by regulators in the Americas on GSO for KU and KA band, and for NGSO on KA band in eSIMs. Adding to this, for those that maybe participated in the CITEL PCC2 meeting a couple of weeks ago, there was an approval of the resolution 52 that is on this same topic on the blanket licensing and block licensing of eSIMs in the region, recommending or advising on it. And then when it comes to K-band spectrum, we definitely, after what has been decided in WRC 23, we urge regulators to authorize the use of the 17.3 to 17.7 gigahertz frequency band, space to earth direction. And so looking ahead, of course, the cycle has just started, and there's going to be definitely some of the topics that I think will be more difficult and probably the ones that will make us stay awake 4 years from now. And I think there has been quite a switch. There's discussions on what's the percentage of satellite in the next cycle, but definitely it's a high number. This, for me, it's a reflection of the innovation that's happening in the sector, and something that will change also somehow how we are looking forward to these spectrum discussions. Definitely, I believe that the CITEL support throughout WRC 23, but also working with the region and the different administrations, it's key to ensure that we can serve the purposes that we're looking for as the goals of digitalization and bringing this connectivity everywhere. So for this, definitely one thing that we believe it's very relevant, apart from all the technical meetings that we do and all the studies, is the collaboration that we see happening more and more within the industry, but also with the public sector, and also in other forums like 3GPP and what's happening with the standards and the innovation there and the integration of technologies, working together for sure in many topics with our colleagues from GSMA or with the European Space Agency or other agencies. And I think this is a way that brings us forward, apart from the spectrum discussions, to see how actually can we serve with services and with that innovation and the technology side. So looking ahead, what do we have to focus on? And it's precisely on having a strategy, a future-looking strategy, and create a policy environment that is agile and flexible. And I think these are words that are coming back and back all the time. We need to ensure that there's a balance for everyone on when we make the spectrum decisions, so that everyone has the necessary spectrum. Of course, let's define what that means. But also definitely focusing on collaboration and innovation, so that we really look forward to achieving the goals that we want as a region, and that we work together for it. Thank you.
So there's some key points that have been made all along, and it's very important as regulators that we actually acknowledge what we are. We are facilitators. We have to facilitate innovation. We have to be agile. We have to be looking now at policies, decisions, frameworks, and being a little bit more flexible, malleable to embrace what is to come. And I thank you for that insight. And we move on to Jose. Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. I have prepared some slides to
please
present the Ericsson views about the results of the past WRC 23. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. First, we would like to put a little context before we jump in sharing what are the most important results of WRC 23. And today, 5G expansion is very active all over the world. There are close to 600 operators investing in this technology, and close to 300 networks commercially launched. In the case of Latin America and the Caribbean region, there are 26 operators in 13 countries that have launched 5G services. 4G, it's now at the peak of adoption. In the region, there are more than 100 networks in 30 countries. What we see next is the transition in which 5G in the next years will take over as the mainstream technology. From 2023 to 2028, 2029, 5G will experience a huge transition, and it will account for about 51% of all the subscriptions in the Latin American Caribbean region. Along with that, there is an ongoing societal transformation. Today, we use 5G, or most subscribers, because everyone has a smartphone in his pocket today, to download files, send emails, visit sites, place orders, gaming, listening to music, watching videos. But from Ericsson, we have done research, and we see there are about 4 business horizons ongoing. Beyond the enhanced mobile broadband service, which is the one that I just described, today there is the next frontier is the fixed wireless access. In the US market, for example, the operators are capturing 90% of all new subscription of fixed broadband to homes and enterprises. And we see this expansion ongoing all over the world. It can also support closing the digital divide. As some of our members, like Ericsson and good partners, we have demoed connections of 1 gigabit per second up to 11 kilometers of distance from the radio base stations, which can be used to expand broadband to remote areas at some point. The traffic per smartphone will increase in the next years about 3 times. And we see this as a result of all these new services and the digital transformation that is ongoing. Private networks, public networks will become major mainstream. Indoor penetration is very important in certain venues, and so on. For this, we need more spectrum. By the end of the present decade, 5G will have developed a building block for the introduction of a new technology, which is going to be called 6G. The ITU has already started developing the framework of this new technology with 3 more new use cases, and will support immersive communications like holographic communications on a daily basis, digital twins, sensing connectivity, and also communications empowered by artificial intelligence. 6G will demand new spectrum, which cannot be the same spectrum as 5G. And now going to the results of the WRC-23, were very successful to the mobile industry. We thank all the administrations all over the world who dedicated time and effort to identify new spectrum for IMT, and especially the administrations of Latin America and the Caribbean, which in this last conference set the example for the rest of the world with brilliant proposals that CITEL brought into the conference, and also encourage administrations for other regions to follow. We highlight only the key results for the terrestrial component of IMT. There are more items, but we will not cover all of them. I would like to mention, for example, in the low bands that Jamaica and El Salvador joined the footnote for identify the 600 megahertz band for IMT. And now there's a total of 10 countries from Canada, the US, Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Belize, Bahamas, Jamaica, and others that have this region with a potential of harmonization. So this is a great opportunity for the second digital divide, and using an ecosystem that is close to 500 terminals that can serve consumers and provide nationwide coverage and deep indoor penetration that is required in urban areas. Then in the mid-bands, we continue harmonizing the C-band, especially from 3.3 to 3.8 gigahertz, something that is called the 3GPP band N78. And there are about, well, this is one of the mainstream bands where 5G was deployed all over the world, and its presence in all regions and most countries around the world. The time now is to release this entire range and provide more spectrum bandwidth for operators and to benefit consumers. Then the 6 gigahertz band, some countries identify this band. We respect that there are countries that have other positions, but in total, at WRC 23, the countries that identified the band and also that were interested in identifying the band accounted for about 60% of the global population. This is an important band for providing citywide coverage. Then finally, in the bands that studied for WRC 23, in particular, the range from 7 to 8.4 gigahertz is very important for the mobile industry to introduce the future 6G services by 2030 with good coverage and capacity. I think I'm running out of time, so if you need more information, please let me know. Happy to talk.
Thank you so much for that. That was a wealth of information. So Martha, I don't know if it was strategic that you were placed right beside Jose to follow him. Do you have a slide to present? Excellent. So go right ahead. Over to you, Martha.
Yes, thank you, Maria, and hi again, everyone. So I will focus on, well, again, WRC. And my first image is a picture that I took during the closing ceremony. And we have the Secretary of ITU, Doreen Bogdan Martin. And I really like her message when she was closing. And she said that conference was an opportunity for convergence to discuss about different technologies. And she particularly mentioned IMT, Wi-Fi, HIPS, and other satellite technologies. So I found that very powerful because at the end, the hard task of regulators is to make sure that everyone gets the resource that is needed to provide broadband affordable connectivity. So I just wanted to start with that. In the case of DSA, the main agenda item for us was agenda item 1.2, dealing with the 6 gigahertz band. So I think we have heard from all the previous speakers about the results, but there is something that no one else mentioned, so I want to mention that, is that the footnote that identified the band for IMT, I start here with region 1, also has an important sentence at the end that recognizes that the band is also used for WAS Erlang's applications, such as Wi-Fi. And it seems like a small sentence, but it comes after hard negotiations during all the conference. And it shows a hard compromise, making sure that regulators have the flexibility, even if they identify the band for IMT, also to continue and to decide about using this band for Wi-Fi. So I will start very quickly. These are just images, so I will go very fast with the results. So region 1, there was the footnote for band 4 and band 5. Region 1 is still in the process after WRC. Europe is discussing a new Digital Networks Act, and there is no certainty about how this upper part of the band, of the 6 gigahertz band, will be used. I'm sure we will hear from other speakers after, but there is a strong concept taking form, and it's called hybrid sharing. So it's assessing the possibility of using the band for IMT and Wi-Fi and trying to find the right conditions for that purpose. In the case of region 2, there was no identification as a region because there was a no change position decided at CITEL. And there were 2 countries that included a footnote. It's very easy to remember region 2, 2 countries, region 3, 3 countries. So in the region 2, we had Mexico and Brazil that identified the upper part of the band for IMT, still with the recognition of the possibility of using this band for WAS Erlang systems. In region 3, there was a decision about the upper 100 megahertz from 7025 to 7125 megahertz identified for IMT. And in addition to that, 3 countries that had a footnote for 6425 to 7025 megahertz. So the question that we are hearing from many authorities is, okay, what happens if I want to use the band for Wi-Fi, or what happens if I decided to open the entire band for Wi-Fi? Well, that's a great decision. And it's perfectly aligned with the radio regulations. I mean, the fact that there are countries that identified the band for IMT is not, I mean, it's not at all stopping the decision-making and the regulations for Wi-Fi, because the radio regulations gives the flexibility for that, and basically gives the possibilities to every administration to decide according to the public policy goals, which is the best approach that could be taken. I would just like to close with some numbers about Wi-Fi. And this is the very powerful message from Wi-Fi industry. This is a reality. This is really something that has been growing. It's impressive the way it has been growing in the last 3 years. Here I took the numbers, just about 6 gigahertz device shipments. I'm not taking into account all the Wi-Fi, but just 6 gigahertz. There have been more than 807 million shipments. And that's in 2024. And then 170 million are access points. There are more than 2,000 families of devices certified. And from those numbers, almost 270 million are Wi-Fi 7. So we started with Wi-Fi 6E, and now we are into Wi-Fi 7. So I think this is impressive. And we also have the projections just in the 6 gigahertz band. It is expected by 2028 to have 2.5 billion devices in the market. So these projections show it's normal to have a slow progress, because every new generation needs new devices, and that has homologation in every country, and there is a normal process, but it's going to go and to continue growing in the next years. So my conclusions for this presentation, there is an identification for IMT in the upper 6 gigahertz band in region 1. There are still discussions about how that might be implemented at the national or regional levels in region 1. We had 5 countries out of region 1 that adopted footnotes identifying the band for IMT. Important, there is no agenda item, future agenda item for 6 gigahertz. That was also part of the hard discussions. There is a footnote that some administrations might decide to join or not, but there is no future agenda item. So I think that that's basically also recognizing that the conditions are given by the radio regulation. The use of the band for Wi-Fi is perfectly aligned with the results of the conference, and countries that represent more than 60% of the global GDP open the band for Wi-Fi. The 6 gigahertz band is critical to enable enhanced capabilities for broadband access, and the results again back the use of WAS airlines in this band across the world. So thank you very much, and I look forward for the discussion afterwards.
Thank you, Martha. So if my takeaway from what you're saying really is that we will see demand from the market really pushing forward the needs of spectrum and how things are going to be allocated. Because again, we cannot do things in a vacuum. So again, collaboration in terms of partnerships and just seeing the trends within the market will dictate the policymakers in making the right decisions. Or we have chaos and mayhem in terms of how we monitor and regulate. So Roden and Schwartz will remind that, and TCI, who is in the room. I'm going to move now to Tarsius for your opening remarks. Do you have slides, or are you going to free flow? Nobody's free flowing, only you, Nigel. Oh, everybody. So welcome again. And here we go.
You hear? Yes, my respected dear friends, thank you so much. I was a little bit nervous because there is many specialists here. And I thought, don't worry about the things because every little thing is going to be all right.
Nice.
Well, dear friends, I will talk about WRC 27. There is a clock there, watch, and it's very hard pressure. Let's see how function this. Yes. This is a simple slide that talk about WRC, why we need the WRC to allocation spectrum for imaging radio science services and applications, some kind of regulatory certainty, spectrum harmonization, stable regulatory environment, consensus building. This make changes and update the radio regulations. That is an international treaty that we, administrations, assign. We have a simple process. We have a WRC that decide new agenda items. And after that, these new agenda items are allocated in the first session of CPM and goes to the ITUR study groups. And after 3 years and a half, or maybe 4 years, we have a second session of the conference preparatory meeting. And after that, we go into the WRC to update the radio regulations. This is a simple slide only to make some high level of WRC process. And of course, if someone wants to talk more about in a deep way, I'm stay here for these 2 days to serve you. We have 19 technical agenda items for WRC 27. 10 of these agenda items are about satellite services, 4 terrestrial, and 5 about scientific services. And of course, we have the 10 agenda items, the future WRC, and the regulatory satellite issue 7. So, and our vision of the regulatory body of Brazil, this is a satellite scientific study cycle. Of course, we need to pay attention in agenda item 1.7, IMT, because it's very important. We have seen the impressive numbers that our friend Jose Ayala showed to us, very impressive numbers. And the very impressive numbers too about the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. So we need to pay attention of these wireless communications. But in this cycle, we have many satellite and scientific study cycle, scientific issues. We can see new technologies of smaller antenna sizes in 1.2. NGSO gateway, QView bands in 1.3, the named unauthorized emissions in 1.5, low data rate and NGSO mobile satellite service 1.12, the directed to device that is seated for many people today. It's very important. And we have the science. In our communications, radio quiet zones, the protection of radio astronomy, that is very important for understand better our universe. Space weather sensors. I can cite the Dr. Claire Nelson that cited climate change and space weather in her presentation. We have the climate systems for meteorology in 1.19. And we have some kind of decisions on the minutes of the 11th plenary meeting that talk about implementation of Radio Assembly 23 Resolution 74, space sustainability. And I can remember many people that talked about sustainability today. And I can see, for example, Miss Ana Julia de Cuba, que ha hablado de la sostenibilidad. Y otros también. And of course, again, 1.7 IMT bands. But in our point of view, this study cycle needs to be very focused and satellite and scientific uses. And in this way, I can remember you that you know better than me, the satellite systems play a pivotal role in disaster prevention, disaster management. That was cited by Nigel in his talk. We have many approaches in Caribbean that you can see. the Caribbean Pilot Program for Climate Resilience, Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agents, Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. And of course, the Caribbean countries has many others memorandum of understanding and agreements with, for example, NASA, ESA, EUMETSAT, NOAA, JASA. So in Brazil, we have the same agreements. So we are very interested in climate change and sustainability of space. That is very important. These issues are very strategic in Brazilian vision, and we are working on this. As I mentioned, I work in a regulatory body. I work for the government. And one thing that I could mention too is as Oscar Leon from CITEL told us, we need the participation of Caribbean Telecommunications Union. We need. There are 20 countries. You can decide the Inter-American proposal in CITEL, and you can promote the CITEL region positions in WRC. So this is my objective here, to try to have you inside our CITEL group more strongest. You participate, you have some kind of positions, but I can have more for you. Yes. And one more time, thank you very much for the invitation and for this moment. And it's a very pleasure country. I very like it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sears. Excellent. Thank you for that. All right, so we have some time, limited time, but I want us to think, we're coming out of WRC 2023. Decisions have been made, compromises have been made. We now have to focus on the why. Why are we doing? As regulators in the room, I know we have to be neutral as it relates to technology, but there are a couple of things that we have to hone in on. One is the digital gap and the digital not connected, unconnected. Now, the gap is different because yes, there are technologies out there like telemedicine. Yes, there is communication to lunar, the moon, and there are specific services that we need to protect, as you mentioned. Very important, emergency disaster recovery for the Caribbean is absolutely critical. We've just entered our hurricane season, well, very soon, just about it, but we've gotten a little bit of storms now and then. It's unpredictable right now, like the future. But I want us to think about it. I think all of us have a couple of minutes just to maybe think about, okay, for example, the 6 gigahertz was not accepted across in region 2. However, is there a space where you're going to see now demand is going to push that demand, that actual decision forward? And these are provocative questions. This is something I want us to think about as regulators as the region progress. Is IMT going to have to change how they look, how they feel in terms of terrestrial versus satellite? How does that look? Because now we have satellite to phone. And most importantly, in front of me, security. How do we secure our borders, not only from a physical, but from a logical vantage point? So these are some of the questions I'd like to throw out as we go along the line now. And I'm going to start again with our region, our head who's here with us, Nigel.
Yes. Thank you very much, Maria. You mentioned the 6 gig again. And as Martha said, the outcome of WRC in terms of that leaves room open for it to be used for Wi-Fi or otherwise. So in the case, I mentioned that a couple of our Caribbean countries wanted to retain, well, at this point in time, wanting to retain some flexibility. And there is that in the outcome. The footnotes that were added give us the opportunity to join those footnotes to do IMT in those bands if we feel that we need to. But the key point to me is balance, as you said, right? We have to take into account all the demands for spectrum. You mentioned disaster management and so on and so on and so on. And in fact, in our spectrum management task force, what we try to do is get all those competing demands in there so that they can be properly considered. And I can say that in this new round of spectrum management task force, when I say new round, new cycle, new WWRC cycle, we are going to have a representative from the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, right? Because in the past, they have brought to us their concerns quite late in the cycle, and sometimes it's not been fully considered. So we have had in the past the broadcasters as well. Not in this last cycle, their participation hasn't been as strong as before, but we are making attempts again to bring them in. So apart from just the telecoms regulators, we will have broadcasters, we will have environmental voices as well, so that we can go forward looking at the agenda items, doing the same as we normally do, identify what are the highest priority ones for us to focus on, but making sure that in the platform in which we deliberate, we have a balance of the demands and hopefully the outcomes as well.
We're in harmony. And I hope the commissioners and the BCJ who's in the room make note of this. So over now to you, Carol. Tell me, what are your thoughts on what we're going to be doing moving forward? A lot of compromise was made, and you see the agenda. I know even the 2027 agenda, we sat for a moment in time. I think we met over 2 meetings with Victor or a couple more to decide what would go in 27 versus 30, because we have started 30 as well. So tell me, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, lots of discussions indeed, and lots of very long meetings. It was tiring, actually. So what are my thoughts in terms of the why? So why were these decisions made? And we have data to support this information. Why there were more countries identifying low bands? Well, 30% of 5G networks are using low bands to launch these new networks. Why there were decisions on mid bands? As mentioned before, 55% of 5G networks are using these bands. So this is important as well. We can see how the ecosystem is growing and how regulators and users are being beneficiaries of these decisions. That in terms of the decisions that have been made. Of course, there are some other usages. We actually, among our members, MNOs we have, so their services are also with Wi-Fi. So we are not enemies of that, and we are completely aware of the decisions that were made. But we do see some other countries have the possibilities of doing a different way in the region. Besides, this was not part of the discussions for this agenda item. And also in terms of usage. So going after the why, what is the usage? Also, we have this information backed up with data. So in the region, there is 38% of usage gap in the LATAM and Caribbean region. So that means mobile networks cover the region, but users are not using the service. Why is that? There are different reasons. Some of the reasons we have identified is affordability. That is very important. So users are not able to pay for the plans to buy a phone. So that is one main important reason. And another one is digital skills as well. So this is growing, education is growing, but this is something that is happening right now. So that is a very big information in terms of usage gap. Finally, what are our thoughts in terms of IMT and satellites? So I think with this, I cover the whole pool of questions, but we do believe collaboration, and not only with IMT and satellite, I think with all the services. I'm coming from a regulator myself. So before joining the GSMA, I was working with the National Spectrum Agency of Colombia. I fully understand the situation, what regulators have to consider. So that's why I'm trying to give you information that is going to be useful. We do see collaboration is needed. And I think from my personal point of view that 1.13 can give full opportunity to, for example, countries like here in the Caribbean that are island can have also difficulties in coverage. This can give an opportunity to have a different type of service and to have universal connectivity.
Thank you for that. Natalia, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, I was taking notes. No, but I think we are facing kind of a new era to a certain extent. I think, Director Mario Maniewicz talked about satellite as a rebirth moment, no? And I think this is going to have implications on how we, and regulators and private industry, we see the decisions that will be taken 27 and even beyond, as you were saying, 31. Some of the comments that I've been hearing, and I think it's very relevant, and it's precisely, we've heard about the importance of emergency communications and in disaster. So precisely, how are we using the connectivity when we more, or when we more need it, no? For that, I will invite you to our webinar on the 23rd of May this month on precisely this topic, because satellite is key, and it's a life or death situation in those occasions. But on top of that, and building on what Carol was saying regarding the usage gap, and I think it's very relevant precisely to understand when we talk about connecting the unconnected, it is also about finding what's the meaningful use cases for the regions. Not only considering having a phone that it is very important, but finding those use cases that can be facilitated by IoT services when we talk about agriculture, when we talk about fisheries, that are precisely on places that are not necessarily connected. And those are the ones that will probably bridge that gap of skills or usage or affordability, even if we want, because there will be fit for purpose kind of thing. And I think this is how we need to start thinking about what are we trying to do with all these decisions, and what is the technology, even not neutrality, but inclusivity. How can we use the different technologies to achieve the purpose that we want? And I think this is how we are moving forward to a certain extent, despite that we definitely need to do the studies and make sure that everything works. But this is the change in mindset that I think we have, and we should take advantage of it and not lose it.
Excellent. Jose, what are your thoughts on those topics?
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Well, I think we are living exciting times. For one side, the mobile sector has a good footprint and is providing benefits to consumers and increasing the GDP of societies, productivity of industries. Around 90% of the population on average is covered by LTE today. And still there is a gap of 10% on average. In some countries with large territories could be even higher than that. It's a big challenge. I think there is an opportunity to find a balance between expanding the mobile networks in the periphery. It's more economical, and we can provide it fixed wireless access solutions, and there's plenty of information in the web, and we can support. But there are also opportunities to use other technologies, satellite direct-to-the-phone, HIBs, for example, and others that can complement in rural and remote areas, especially. That is an opportunity to continue exploring. Yet, the majority of consumers are using mobile services with 4G today. And now we are transitioning to 5G. And we need to provide a spectrum. The WRC-23 help identify key spectrum in 600 megahertz band, in the C-band, 3.3 to 3.8, in the 6 gigahertz band for those countries who want to consider options, and then prepare or pave the way for the introduction of 6G with the range of especially 7 to 8.4 gigahertz. And here, I think the region made a tremendous effort, the administrations, the listen, the industries, and they supported this decisions. And now it's time to release the spectrum that has been identified because the traffic will continue growing towards the end of the decade. The GSMA has estimated that on average, there will be a need of 2,000 megahertz of a spectrum in the mid bands. And here, the 3.3 to 3.8, and potentially the 6 gigahertz band for those countries. There are 2 countries who identified this band under a footnote, and they represent 50% of the Latin American traffic population. So that's a humongous opportunity. And we encourage the administrations to look into all these options and take informed decisions and balanced decisions in benefit of consumers in society. So thank you.
Thank you for those insightful comments. Martha.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. It was a very large question, so I will start probably covering some of the topics. When we talk about digital inclusion and making sure everyone is connected, I think we are talking about the immediate, right? Like we still have an issue and many are still unconnected. Normally, WRC process, we are talking about future. So that looks far. And both activities are important. It's just that they are not necessarily correlated for the present time and for solving the current needs. One of the issues that we are facing is that many of the frequency bands that are available for IMTUs that have an ecosystem that have the opportunity to provide good coverage and good capacity haven't been assigned yet. And I think that's something that is very clear also in the Caribbean countries as a challenge, because it's making sure that that spectrum that is ready could be really given to those that are going to make the best profit of it and use it. So I think that should be like a first step that is a very important one. And I think also spectrum sharing gives great opportunities for those purposes of connecting more. And I think we should only think about people, but also enterprises, because the power of technology is to transform society, but not only to final users, but small and medium enterprises, schools, libraries, etc. So the way we see it from the DSA is that we could have some types of spectrum sharing opportunities, like giving localized access and enabling different stakeholders to get access to the spectrum too, because traditionally they haven't had that opportunity. So that's also something that could be done in the very short term. I mean, like now with the bands that already have an ecosystem that are already ideal for many use cases. And we would be happy also to work further on that, because dynamic spectrum access is a great tool. And we have many examples at the international level of good practices and good results. Then you mentioned other things like what about future uses or like what's coming for the next spectrum management task force. I agree, and I think all the industry stakeholders here, our interest is to provide you with technical information and technical arguments so you can make the best decision. And that's the role we will continue doing, like providing that information. And we are very thankful for you to enable us to participate and to promote that type of cooperation. I already say what what we think about the future of the band. But we are supporting studies. We are actively promoting, for example, the consideration of automated frequency coordination in the 6 gigahertz band for outdoors, because they're internet service providers that rely on unlicensed spectrum to connect isolated areas. We are also supporting the evolution of Wi-Fi because, as we heard from the opening remarks, that's very important for many countries to provide public access, and that should be quality access. So yeah, I think I answered some of your questions.
Of course you have. Yes. And again, the message is very clear, is that the regulator and how we perceive the market needs collaboration. We can't sit in an office and plan spectrum management. We have to collaborate. We have to talk. We have to continue that conversation, not only with key stakeholders, but also communities. Persons who are introducing emerging technologies. What does the future hold? That we future-proof our policies, that we're not in the back end trying to regulate. Thank you for those insightful thoughts. Tarcisius, over to you now, my friend.
Thank you. Well, to connect the unconnecteds, that's very important. In Brazil, we have many unconnecteds, more connected, but I heard two very interesting words. First of all, in the first speech of Natalia, the word cooperation. And just now, in Carol Souza talked about collaboration, and Maria Myers repeat both words. So in my vision, it's not about terrestrial versus satellite or IMT versus Wi-Fi. Let's talk about sharing, collaboration, cooperation. In Brazil, our process to prepare positions and contributions involve the industry. Our vision is that the regulators need the industry, and the industry need the regulators. It's a game, and we can win together. And for this, we need to discuss, maybe sometimes fights, not to be hard, yeah, in a cool way. Oh, welcome to Jamaica. So in a cool way, in tranquility, and we represent positions, and the governments and the industry pay us to put this position on the table, and we can have some consensus and many consensus if we want. And in my vision, we need to have this kind of conversations, this kind of panels. We have here regulators, we have here industry. In Brazil, we are very open for the industry. Many people from the industry stay in our delegation. Of course, we have rules, and no problem. They respect our rules, and we can consider the collaboration of industry, because sometimes if you can see in the ITUR, you have studies, and the studies are made in, the study makers are from industry, because the industry pays to have this kind of tests, reports, and all the stuff that could give us some kind of conclusions, and we can decide as regulators. Yeah, we can equilibrate our decider. I think the spectrum sharing could be good solutions, and when we could do it, and we need to care of the sustainability of our spectrum environment. And I think one more time, as Natalia said, the CTEL is vital for the process. And I think in this way, CTU is vital too. So let's work together. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we have maybe 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, for one question. Who wants to ask one question of this fabulous panel? Is there any unspoken words? Well, I see not. Oh, I see one hand. Okay, please get that gentleman a mic. And my colleagues, my friends, you're not going to move, because we have a special gift for you. So please stay, don't move. And Norda and Rebecca will assist when we get that question. Have you gotten a mic? Not yet. What's happening? Where is my mic? Here we go. Where is the mic check? You want to borrow mine? We don't have any runners. Where are my runners? Okay. Oh, we got one. Sorry about that. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. It's Chris Walford from Ofcom in the UK. It's been a fascinating panel and a really good introduction, I think, to the outcomes from the WRC. I mean, one of the things that I've heard the panelists talk about is the need for compromise, for balance, flexibility, agility. And my question is a simple one, is do you think that the WRC process, as it currently stands, offers the ability to meet all those requirements for flexibility and agility going forward. And I mean, to put that in context, I mean, you know, on the mobile side, I mean, IMT identification has been a stalwart through the WRC process for a number of years. But what we're seeing now is increased fragmentation, you know, both between regions and then within regions in terms of country footnotes. I mean, is the IMT identification as relevant as it once was? On the satellite side, huge amounts of innovation, loads of satellite agenda items on WRC 27, but also a number of issues that actually aren't on the WRC 27 agenda item, which need to be resolved on the satellite. So, you know, is the WRC process able to deal with all these complex issues that we're now seeing? Thank you.
That's a big one. And I think I'm going to ask a regulator to speak to that issue. I would like one of our regulators to really comment on that. Yes. Aren't you represent? You.
Okay, if I understand the question, it's about the WRC process and if it's fit well for us in summary.
And I think, and in all fairness, and I share this because in the region, we had a pandemic. And I think the pandemic had put a little bit of pressure on the process. Because when I observed WRC 19 versus 23, we were a little less ready, I would say, because we're still engaging. And although we had Zoom, although we had some meetings, I still believe a number of our countries were really focusing on life because the pandemic was an issue about life issues. So we had to pause for some moments in time about spectrum and even collaborate to see how best we could utilize spectrum in a meaningful way. And again, the minister spoke to this. In the pandemic, we learned about the underserved and unserved. This is something that we didn't really know. We knew there was a gap, but we didn't know how big that gap was until schools were totally offline, which was really an issue. But I yield. We have 46 seconds.
Okay. Don't worry about the things. Well, we have a group inside the radio advisory group, the RAG, that discuss the second session of CPM. I think this is an inception to try to revise the process of WRC. Some countries, some administrations think that we need to have middle conference. For example, in the first 2 years, we can discuss some agenda items, and then we will have the WRC on the fourth year. And some people, some other administrations think that we need to make some movement to change the second session of CPM and try to solve agenda items there. Because we had a very, very hard CPM, second session CPM meeting. So we are discussing. It's not so easy because we have 190 or more administrations involved. But you can see on the WRC website about the RAG, Radio Advisory Group, and I can talk to everyone that wants to know a little bit more about this correspondence group, about the revision of Resolution 29 that deals with CPM process.
Excellent, and that has to be a wrap. So giving a round of applause for my team on stage today. And in the true Jamaican way, we have a little token. Go ahead, please. To remind you of this process and to really thank you for your time, because all of you gave of your time to come to Jamaica, gave of your effort to come and discuss some important topics. And I know persons in the room will be coming forward to you in the breaks and at the different networking sessions that we'll have for those informal conversations. So once again, I really, truly honor you and thank you for being a part of this wonderful event. Thank you all.
Can I take the mic? So just to echo Maria's thanks to our panelists, and Maria, thank you very much to yourself as well for expertly leading us through that discussion. So we're now moving on to lunch. So lunch is being served in the room directly behind us here. And just a quick reminder before you go to lunch, anybody who hasn't yet signed up to the excursion, if anyone has emailed Jordan already and let him know he wants to join the excursion tomorrow evening, that's fine. We have your details. Anyone else who hasn't yet signed up for that but would like to join us for the excursion, which is going to the Great House, the Rosewell Great House, and then there's going to be a reception, a drink, cocktail reception afterwards, immediately following the conclusion tomorrow. Please give your name at the desk and we can take your details and register you. We do need to know in advance how many there's going to be, so please do let us know if you want to come and we can make sure we accommodate you for that. But thank you again to all of our speakers. As I said, lunch is being served in the room directly behind us here, and look forward to seeing you back here for the next session at, let's say 1:20, so 50 minutes from now. Thank you very much, everyone.
Your mind taking time on me. Let me get you a start right on me. Now come and take me to your body. Moving with your body, baby, right on me. Relax your mind, taking time on me. Let me get you a start right on me. Now come and take me to your body. Moving with your body, baby.
Okay, so this will be up here after the very simple. Perfect. That's it, green to go. Have you got slide?
Yes,
Oh, Jordan's got it, I'm sure. So this will be your presentation, so moving forward. That's moving back, so we'll pass that along the line.
The same for you, Conrad.
Yep.
So forward and back to your side.
Forward, ready to the
Green forward,
red back. Yeah, thank you.
forward.
Green forward, red back.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, no, you finish.
Oh yeah, I'll just say, I'll just do
But they do the laptop, that's fine, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I promise not to press anything. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back, and I hope everyone enjoyed the lunch. And we're back here now for session 3 of this year's conference. So this session now is going to be focusing on towards a spectrum management policy framework for the Caribbean, and looking at the challenges and opportunities of closer collaboration and harmonization. So it's obviously key to a lot of the work that CTU do, coordinating policy in the region and looking towards maybe developing a more harmonized approach. So we're delighted to have Nigel here, who's going to be moderating the session, introducing the issues. And of course, once again, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers. So without further ado, if I could once again ask everyone to take their seats. As I said, we are going to get started now. So for those of you at the back, if I could ask you to take your seats, thank you. And I will pass over to Nigel. Nigel, welcome. Floor's yours.
Thank you very much, Dan. And our job is to keep you up after a hearty lunch. I'm sure we'll do that. You know, we have a esteemed panel here and esteemed and a diverse panel here. So we'll do our best, actually. Okay, so the topic really relates towards a spectrum management policy framework for the Caribbean and challenges and opportunities and so on. The thing about it is, in terms of this particular topic, I think it's useful being from the CTU, who basically is the agency that is coordinating spectrum harmonization in the Caribbean, to give a little background, and our panelists would give their impressions because they are more recent in the game, whereas I have a bit more history that I can also bring. So this topic about regional policy framework actually was addressed by the CTUs, has been addressed by the CTU since late 2005 into early 2006. And at that point in time, there were deficiencies that were recognized around the Caribbean in terms of spectrum management policies and practices. And one of the undertakings that the CTU Secretariat did around that time was to commission an audit of spectrum management practices in, I think it was probably 7 countries of the Caribbean. And the report of that indicated some significant deficiencies in the operations in multiple countries of the Caribbean region. A good example that comes to mind one time is that I think there were 1 or 2 examples in there that were found that they were not allotting and assigning frequencies fully in line with the requirements of the radio regulations. So having found that, for example, you know, that was just one item of evidence, and then there were inefficiencies in the operations and things like that. So we use that as evidence to suggest that, you know, there is a case to be made for greater harmonization in the Caribbean. And what that led to was the issuance in 2007 of a document. And you wouldn't believe what's the name of this document. The name of the document was a Caribbean Spectrum Management Policy Framework, 2007. And in it, these are some of the policy proposals that were put. Reform of existing policies and procedures in licensing and allocation and so on, to properly reflect the evolution of wireless technologies, fair, efficient, transparent processes, harmonization of policies across the region, establishment of a regional spectrum management advisory body, like the Spectrum Management Task Force, and in fact, the task force started around that time, and with oversight from another group, which we call the Spectrum Management Steering Committee, and ensuring that spectrum is made available for new technology, because at that time, it was clear that the regulators were not keeping up with the demands being made by evolving technology. So that is kind of the genesis of it. That is 2007. In about 2013, a second significant project was undertaken, called the Harmonized Caribbean Spectrum Planning and Management Project. And for that, we got some funding from the IDB. And what that did was, I would say, broaden and strengthen the regional coordination effort. And what the output of that project was a document we called the Caribbean Spectrum Management Strategic Plan. Now, it was a strategic plan, and in fact, it was dated 2016 to 2018 because it contained some actions to be taken over the following 3 years, 2016, 2017, 2018, in furtherance of the objectives of the plan. And based on our experiences since 2007 and based on the work of in developing the strategic plan contained a statement of vision, great statement, concise. Our vision in the plan was for a globally influential Caribbean spectrum management regime. So we heard this morning's panel, one of the panelists, Tarcísio from Brazil, suggesting that the Caribbean could have great influence, certainly in the Americas region, as regards spectrum management practices. And we have, in fact, articulated a vision to be globally influential. And at times, I think we have managed to make our weight felt both at CITEL and at WRC. 2015 comes to mind, actually. So in support of that vision, some priority areas were identified, and six priorities: harmonization, standardization, technical efficiency, capacity building, regional cohesion, and global influence. All right, and if I could ask you to put up that slide for me now. Thank you. Yeah, now, so this, in fact, was the governance framework that we had established, I would say, initially from 2017 and fortified when the strategic plan was done. And what it shows is the context of the work that a lot of you have heard about, and the kind of the work that the Spectrum Management Task Force does in the CTU hierarchy. So there are two levels, and that's the yellow highlight on the right-hand side. There's a working level and an executive level. And at the working level, that's the functional level, we have the SMTF, the Spectrum Management Task Force, coordinated by the CTU Secretariat. And then there is the Spectrum Management Steering Committee, that's the SMSC, also involved there. The task force is that multi-stakeholder group that will meet on Thursday. And it has been expanded since first formed back in the 2007 kind of time frame. So the participation is wider, and I think the collaboration is also deeper in terms of industry stakeholders. The steering committee is not multi-stakeholder in the same sense. The steering committee is made up of government policymakers in the Caribbean. So the government policymakers would oversee the plans and so on of the steering of the task force, basically to ensure that we retain congruence with the common policies of the region. So whereas the task force would have representation from each and every CTU member state and also have participation from industry groups, the steering committee is a smaller team of 5 policymakers drawn from different CTU member states, and the membership rotates over time. So at the operational level, the task force would do its work. The task force would do these days annual action plans, and the steering committee would endorse the plans as might be required. To the extent that any outputs from the task force need to get ministerial approval or anything of this sort, if for example, they are proposing some new strategic plan, or if they are proposing some new sort of policy that we want to propagate in throughout the Caribbean, that we would pass it through the CTU executive hierarchy. So a member of the steering committee, who typically would sit on the CTU's executive council up at the executive level, would input a proposal into the executive council, and as required, the executive council then would make a recommendation to the Conference of Ministers. So there is a pathway to regional ministerial approval through the CTU hierarchy for spectrum management outputs. So this is the governance framework that exists. And there are some blue boxes under the task force there, and those would just be working groups of the task force as might be required to deal with any specific issues. Okay, so when we get in, we'll get into the panel and basically get the experiences, the thoughts, and so on of the persons who, most of which are practitioners in this whole process, usually at the level of the task force, and we could have some discussions as to strengths, weaknesses, and so on. So with that background, I'll now introduce my panel. And the gentleman closest to me here is Mr. Alvin Augustine, and he is the current chair of the Spectrum Management Task Force, and he's also Spectrum Officer at the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, ECTEL. Alvin? Next to him, we have Ms. Kate Devrand. She's a radio engineer with ANFR France. I forget, Agence something or other, but Spectrum Agency in France, and they undertake spectrum management work for the French overseas territories here in the Caribbean. And they are frequent collaborator and of the work of the task force. So Kate, welcome. Next to her, we have Mr. Conrad Toby. He is the Manager of Spectrum Planning and Broadcasting of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Conrad is a member of the task force and leads one of the working groups of the task force. So welcome, Conrad. If you're looking at your agenda, we are missing one speaker. So our panel will only have four members, and the fourth member is Ms. Kadian Wood. and she's the Director of Legal Affairs of SME right here in Jamaica. So, Kadia. So our panelists have been familiarized with the panel outline, and they're going to give their impressions now in terms of some of the questions that are posed there, progress have made in terms of harmonizing frequencies around the Caribbean and so on. And I will leave it to, I'll pass it over now, maybe to Mr. Alvin Augustine to get the discussion started and for him to give us his thoughts. Alvin.
Yes. Hi, afternoon, and thank you, Nigel. And before I begin, I would like to say thank you to the organizers of this wonderful conference for bringing us all together in a lovely, lovely place. Thank Maria, Forum Global, and everybody who had a hand to play in getting us here safely and together. Yes, thanks. Yeah, thanks. So, as Nigel said, my name is Alvin Augustine. I hold two hats on this panel. I'm current chair of the CTU's Spectrum Management Task Force, and I'm also the radio engineer at the Eastern Caribbean Telecoms Authority. Okay. So when we talk about the Caribbean region, we're talking about a diverse group of countries that are washed by the Caribbean Sea. We have, in terms of background, we have the islands that range in size from Anguilla, which are about 91 square kilometers, to Guyana, which is about over 200,000 square kilometers. In terms of population, small islands. In terms of population, Montserrat, 5,000 persons, to Haiti, which has over 11.4 million persons. And the economic activity varies, mostly agriculture, tourism, and some industrial production. And of course, we are diverse in our languages, from French, Spanish, English, Dutch, and different cultures. Now, in terms of our spectrum plans, most of the Caribbean islands or members of the CTU, we follow the ITU Region 2 spectrum plan for the Americas. And there are benefits for our countries adhering to those radio regulations for our region. It gives us economies of scales in terms of devices and services. It also enables interoperability and roaming within the region. It also provides avenues to reduce or mitigate instances of radio interference. And it allows us to plan and vote collectively as a bloc. As Nigel was indicating, the CTU countries as a bloc, we may have about 20 countries, and at CITEL and the ITU, that vote as a bloc can influence a lot of policies. Okay, but that being said, the Caribbean is diverse. We also have the overseas territories. I have my colleague here, Kate, who represents the French regulator, and we have French overseas, Dutch overseas territory that still utilize Region 1 band plans. And at times it may cause issues with our Region 2 partners. In terms of demand for spectrum, there's high demand for spectrum where we have the operators for both mobile and terrestrial. We also have the satellite operators that need spectrum for commercial applications, eSIMs, Earth exploratory, and last mile connectivity. We also have the issue of license exempt spectrum that's before the regulators and the governments. Terms of allotting spectrum for common use. And of course, we have type approvals for devices. So these are some of the issues in front of us as policymakers and administrations that manage the spectrum. In terms of organizations, the listing goes there. Everybody knows in terms of spectrum policies and framework. We have the ITU, we have CITEL, PCC2, we have the CTU. We also have subgroups in which ECTEL forms one. And of course, we have the national governments and regulators. Well, that's a given what the rules of the ITU and CITEL are. But let's speak specifically right now. I'm putting my hat on as chairman of the Spectrum Management Task Force. Now, as Nigel said, part of the mandate of the CTU is to develop harmonized policies for the Caribbean countries, and that includes spectrum management. And there was, back in 2006 or 7, they developed the Spectrum Management Strategic Plan. 16? Yes, my bad, 2016, which guides spectrum management policies. The CTU with their member states also formed the task force, which is, I should say supervised, but oversight is provided by the Spectrum Management Steering Committee. Now, the task force, as it's enabled, is mandated to develop, plan, and coordinate spectrum management policies for the CTU countries. Okay. Now, some of the goals of the task force, regional harmonization of national plans, including band plans and common frequencies for international protocol for disaster management and emergency telecommunications. We also look at pricing, develop international best practices and common approaches to spectrum pricing. Our colleagues in Jamaica have done some tremendous work in that field. We also, part of our mandate is to also look at minimizing or mitigating cross-border interference. As I indicated, there are conflicting use of band plans within the Caribbean, and part of that mandate is to see how we can best reach a tenable situation with the different band plans. We also develop approaches to matters like digital broadcasting, licensing of new services, and again, the spectrum pricing. Okay, now I'll shift hats now and move to ECTEL. As ECTEL, it's a grouping formed by treaty of 5 small Caribbean islands, and I'll use a Jamaican phrase, we lickle, but we talawa. So 5 small islands that decided to pool resources to regulate their telecoms sector. It was formed in May 4th of 2000, sorry. And it has regulatory mandate for telecoms pricing and spectrum management. Now, the difference between CTU and ECTEL is that ECTEL is actually a legal body that has, the legal term is that their policies and frameworks, how their countries are legally binded by some of those. So some of the policy and frameworks, the islands, the 5 member states actually have to bounded by them or binded by them. There's their legal force in them. So when we develop our spectrum management plan, it's harmonized for all 5 islands. So operators coming into the market, they know what the licensing regime is, what the spectrum plan is, and it's harmonized across all 5 member states. Okay. Now, in terms of challenges, for the Caribbean region, we face a few challenges. In terms of policy, we have to develop policy that is fit for purpose. In other words, it's meant to do what it's designed to do, what it has to do what it's designed to do. And part of the issue we have is that most times we develop policy, but most of the time they sit on a shelf. So we have to look at policies that meet the needs of our region and can be implemented. We also have to be agile to respond to the changes in technology. We cannot have a policy that is 20 years old trying to respond to what's happening in the field of spectrum use. We also have to harmonize our regulatory and spectrum management practices in the region and resolve some of the issues that we are having with our neighbors that use the European band plan. And of course, in all of that, we need wider stakeholder engagements. We need to hear from civil societies. We need to hear from the governments. We need greater participation. Now, some of the opportunities is that we have room for greater engagement as a grouping. Now, that being said, we need also participation from our member states. We also have to strike a balance between the economic consideration for commercial spectrum versus access to spectrum for non-commercial use, including emergency communication and what we call common use spectrum. We also have to promote the importance of spectrum as a vehicle for social economic development for our region. There are many opportunities for spectrum to further advance the digital economies of our member states. We also have to provide opportunities for capacity building for our member states and our citizens. And that being said, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Alvin. Let's move on now to Kate and get the perspective from the French side. Kate, over to you.
Thank you, Nigel. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will present the frequency coordination for mobile, especially between the frequency band, between the 700 megahertz frequency band up to the 3.8 for the French territories overseas, which are focused for the French Guyana, Saint Martin, Saint Barthélemy, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. So as you are aware that in France, we are implementing the frequency band plan from the region 1, and the same applies for the French territories overseas. So this is quite challenges also for us because once we have allocated the bands, we need to, ARCEP, which is the regulatory authority for communication electronics and postal and press distribution, allocates the UE harmonized frequency band, the 700, the 800, the 9 megahertz, 100, and 1800, and 2.1, 2.6 to the, and also the 3.6 to the MNOs. All the band is not already allocated to all islands right now. We are still in the process for the 700 and the 3.6 for Guadeloupe and Martinique. And the usage of this band within the Caribbean is quite challenges because we have the US and the UE band plan, which are not all the time compatible, where the meaning of the word compatible is when we have the overlap between downlink and uplink frequency usage. So we have seen that in the field, the 2.1 is the most impacted band for us. And the other band are still concerned, the 700, the 8, the 900, and the C band also. So recently in 2023, we have allocated in Saint-Martin, Saint-Barthélemy, and also French Guiana, the C-band. And the C-band has lots of challenges because it's a TDD band where the transmitter and the receiver transmit in different time slots. So there is a need to synchronize the networks. So a need to collaborate with the neighboring administrations in order to identify what is currently on air, and also the license duration, because cross synchronization between existing technology is not all the time feasible. So there is a real need to identify this remaining usage. So we have done some questionnaires through CTU. It was some years ago, in order to identify what was the usage within the area, and also to see if there is a possibility to identify a common frame structure for the synchronization. And we did not get enough results at the time of this questionnaire, but we will continue the discussion for the harmonization in the C-band. And this is really important because also we need to enjoy the benefits of using wide bandwidth. So we need a maximum of contiguous spectrum in the band. So that's why it's really important to be able to study the different options possible in the Caribbean area. So I will just show you briefly what's the different issues we could have depending on the frequency usage. As you can see, the frequency compatibilities here are represent the frequency uplink overlap when you have downlink. So either we could be the interferer, or either we could be the victim. Low. So you have the information on the slide for the 700 and up to the 9, and also for the 18 megahertz band up to the 2.1. And depending on the spectrum implementation plan, this could be different. So this is a general overview of how the EU plan and the US plan are not compatible on all portion spectrum. So here, regarding the 2.6, we can see that the FDD plan does not match with the TDD, but in fact, in the Caribbean area, we have not received any interferences issues, or neither suffered from interference, because the band is not really used for public mobile coverage right now. And in the C-band, as I mentioned earlier, we need to identify the existing authorization, but also the existing usage which needs to be protected. And in addition to that, due to the high power of the 5G base stations, we need to synchronize the networks. And from all the Caribbean, this will be the best, as we will be able to not have the domino effect. Because of the high power, we could have an impact from Saint-Martin up to sometimes Angola, depending on the base station location and antenna orientation and so on. So we are currently in close collaboration with our neighboring administration to finalize and conclude some agreements for us, because it's really important to allow efficient use of the spectrum and to confirm which are the allocated bands. So we are using existing deliverables from ECC. As example, the 2003, which identifies the frame structure, which identifies two main structures which are deployed within the Europe, the one which is compatible with LTE and the one which is not compatible with LTE. Based on all the discussion we have with the neighboring administration, we were able to conclude an agreement with the neighboring administration with Anguilla, St. Martin, St. Eustatius, to cover the whole usage, and also to agree on a synchronization scheme in the CBIN, identifying the NR frame structure 3D SU with the sub format 10.2.2. So we have the same proposal for French Guyana, with a bilateral agreement under discussion with Suriname, and the discussion are still ongoing with Guadeloupe and Martinique and the neighboring administration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kate. So we got from her a lot of the examples of bilateral coordination. And in addition, she also, and ANFR participates in the collective discussions at the task force level as well. I see we have been joined by our last speaker, Mr. Charles Glass from NTIA in the USA. So we'll get to you. Welcome. So we'll move on now to Mr. Conrad Toby from Telecoms Authority of Trinidad and Tobago to give his impressions on Caribbean coordination.
Thank you, Nigel. Good afternoon to all. And firstly, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to Foro Global for inviting Trinidad and Tobago to be part of this Forest Caribbean Special Management Conference. Also, heartfelt thank you goes out to our colleague at the Jamaican Special Management Authority for hosting this very important conference. For those who don't know me, my name is Mr. Conrad Toby. I'm the Manager of Spectrum Planning and Broadcasting at the Telecommunication Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm also part of a 3-member delegation here representing the Trinidad and Tobago. With me, I'd like to recognize the presence of our Honorable CEO, Mrs. Cynthia Roddick-Dong, and our Executive Officer of Technology and Engineering, Mr. Corley Prescott. The topic we are discussing this afternoon is towards a spectrum management policy framework for the Caribbean. This is a very important topic as we seek to harmonize our regional policies on spectrum. So we will, as part of my presentation, I will look at the challenges and the opportunity in developing or revising spectrum management policy framework for the Caribbean. But before we get into that, we must understand the region in which we are developing a spectrum management policy framework for. We must have some kind of idea of the culture and the history before we can have an harmonized policy and framework for the region. So 3 key points we must take into consideration when it comes to the Caribbean is to recognize that the Caribbean includes 13 countries that are classified as a sovereign state by the United Nations, as well as nearly 24 non-sovereign territories. It is seen as one region and in many ways, one united community. Each island has its own historical influence, resulting in different tradition, cuisine, cocktail, festival, and music, which I'm sure we all would have experienced the Jamaican culture here. One other unique aspect of the Caribbean when it comes to spectrum management that we must take into consideration is that some territories are governed by administration that falls under Region 1, which present some very unique challenges. And what are some of these challenges that we are facing in trying to revise or develop a new Caribbean spectrum management policy framework? These include disparity in the amendment and approval of new and existing regulation. As we know, some Caribbean countries go faster than others in amending regulations. And this is a challenge that faced by many administrations across the Caribbean. And why is it so? This is so because approval of our amendment of regulation is outside the remit of the regulator, often require parliamentary approval. And this can delay the process in getting new and revised regulation approved. For the Caribbean territories that are governed by Region 1 administration and other territories, there are some unique challenges that also we must face when it comes to policy harmonization, licensing condition, frequency coordination, band plan harmonization, creating an equipment ecosystems. These all present challenges, as my colleagues to my right would have mentioned. They would have used in a frequency table that is governed by a Region 1 administration. And what are the opportunity in creating a spectrum management policy framework with the Caribbean? There are many opportunities, and one such is closer collaboration. And what are the benefits of closer collaboration? Regional links are strengthened, and this is key. The more we collaborate, the more we get to understand each other, and the more better we can be able to agree on the way forward. What are another key benefit of collaboration is best practices are shared. And this is important when we dealing with the assignment and the planning of one plan, by using best practice across the entire Caribbean. There's also, as I mentioned, there's also improvement in the planning, allocation, and management of the spectrum on a continuous basis, thereby reducing the instances of waste and cross-border interference. We also allow for an equipment ecosystem. As our colleague this morning in the session already mentioned, our ecosystem cannot be created by one country in the Caribbean region. We're too small. We need to harmonize in order to have an equipment ecosystem across the Caribbean. Another opportunity in developing a Caribbean spectrum management policy framework is harmonization. And why do we want to harmonize? Harmonizing is a bedrock for the success of technology such as 5G by driving equipment and the devices economy of scales. Harmonizing limit the risk of interference and ensure the availability of clean spectrum. Harmonizing spectrum allow for the use of the same devices across the entire Caribbean region. We can roam freely without any difficulties. And as part of my work at the CTU in trying to harmonize the priority bands across the region, in Trinidad and Tobago, we would have identified some of our key bands as where we consider to be priority bands for PMTS, which is mobile, and for broadband services. These bands already have been included in the revised PMTS band plan, which has just completed 2 rounds of consultation, and pending approval will be published in due course. And now, some of the key bands, we have the 600 band, and this band is a futuristic planning in terms of we are planning for the future in use of this band for PMTS. We have our 700, we have our 850, we have our extended AWS 1900, the 2.5 gigahertz, which is a band that is recently added to our PMTS along with the low 3 gigahertz, which is also added. These are key bands, and we are ready and supporting the work of the Caribbean to harmonize these band plan across the region. Right. So as I continue to work at the CTU, these are the bands we're looking to harmonize across the region. And also the BW band plan that you can see there. These bands have been identified for BW services. And as the discussion continued this morning regarding the 6 gigahertz band, we are ready to harmonize the lower part of the 6 gigahertz band. There's still an informed decision to be made regarding the upper part of the 6 gigahertz band. But in terms of harmonization of BW bands, these are the key bands, and these are the bands that are being pushed for harmonization by the CTU. Another harmonization of policy position. This is also another opportunity for us, because in Trinidad and Tobago, we have just completed the revision, well, not just, but in 2022, we have completed revision of our PMTS, our spectrum management framework, sorry. And our spectrum management framework included some very new policies, such as spectrum shall be allocated the highest value use to ensure that maximum benefits to society are realized. Now, these policies are there, and they're being included in a revised spectrum management framework, and we are ready to harmonize these policies across the region for all to benefit. In updating the Caribbean spectrum management policy framework, the position for across the region must be taken into consideration, and I look forward to these being taken into consideration. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, and I look forward to your question.
Thank you very much, Conrad. Right on time. And you get a sense of some of the work that comes to the task force. Conrad is actually the lead for our working group dealing with prioritizing, should I say, harmonizing priority bands. So that's the kind of information that we would need to get from our individual task force members to bring for collective discussion. So we'll move on now to SMA Jamaica, Ms. Kadian Wood. Kadian, your impressions into the topic of regional spectrum management policy framework. Over to you.
Thank you, Nigel.
Right. I'm Kadian Wood, Director Legal Affairs at the Spectrum Management Authority, and my responsibility, I have oversight of regulations, compliance, and of course, licensing. Now, we have already heard from Nigel and my colleagues before me of the genesis behind this, the CTU and the task force, the framework that was established in 2007 or subsequently revised in 2013, several dates floating around. However, the question for me as a regulator is whether this framework and the I would say, ambitious objectives or goals of the task force have been realized. And if you look, well, I'm trying not to repeat what has been said before, which is quite difficult because when you think of topics of this nature, where you'll find that there will be repetition across the panelists. Generally, however, I'll just skip across to the objectives, which in my opinion, the question is whether looking at all the objectives, whether it has led to an environment of regulatory certainty. And perhaps the best person that could answer that question are our service providers and stakeholders. But as a regulator, I can say that there has not been a significant thrust towards realizing the harmonization which we embarked upon as a nation or as collectively as a group several years ago. And the reason for that is every country has its own national objectives that it has to achieve. And the question therefore is, how do we balance the national objectives with greater regional wide realities and objectives? So of course, we've already heard, we know about the Caribbean, we know about the context. We are small in numbers, but larger as well in terms of if we have a unified front, what it is that we're able to achieve. However, the challenges, of course, are it's impossible for us not to understand that in order for us to move forward, one must understand and accept the challenges that are confronted by the Caribbean people. We have diverse regulatory environments, of course. Harmonizing spectrum policies across the various environments will be challenging, as I said, because of different priorities, regulations, and resource availability. We have our own coordination efforts. Each country and government has its own frequency allocation plans, policies that they're trying to achieve, and therefore, you know, it will require continuous cooperation and negotiation across each member state. Of course, the opportunities that exist, if it is that we can come to the reality of harmonizing whether partial or full, because we can, if we're honest with ourselves, perhaps full harmonization may not be practical. However, if we are able to come to a consensus and do partial harmonization, it is better than no harmonization at all. However, in order for us to achieve the objectives, of course, we have to strike a balance, and finding the balance between developing a coordinated regional approach for spectrum policy while also providing flexibility for each country to develop their specific national frameworks is crucial for us to have effective spectrum management. And I have set out 5 balancing approaches that we can consider, and that is flexibility in implementation. So while coordinated regional approach provides a foundation for consistency and interoperability, it's essential to allow flexibility in implementation to accommodate the diverse needs and priorities of each individual country. And flexibility enables nations to adapt policies and regulations to their specific socioeconomic context, market conditions, and of course, technological advancements. And then we must ensure that, and we cannot have a nationalistic or regionalistic approach without maintaining national autonomy. Recognizing the sovereignty of each country, national governments should retain autonomy in developing their spectrum management frameworks. This includes the ability to set priorities, allocate frequencies, and establish regulatory mechanisms tailored to their unique circumstances. Providing countries with the autonomy to address their particular needs fosters ownerships and accountability in spectrum management. And of course, while I'm saying that we should have autonomy, autonomy will also result in common principles and standards. So while allowing for flexibility, a coordinated regional approach can still establish common principles, standards, and best practices that guide spectrum management across the Caribbean. These principles can include spectrum efficiency, interference mechanism, and promoting competition and innovation in the telecommunications sector. And then, of course, we need capacity building. The Caribbean itself, while we may have limited financial resources. We do have, I believe, excellent skill set, but it is limited across some of the other Caribbean nations. And therefore, supporting countries in developing their national frameworks through capacity building initiatives and technical assistance programs can help ensure that they have the necessary expertise and resources to implement effective spectrum policies. This assistance can come from regional organizations, whether that's the CTU, whether that is CITEL, whether that is CARICOM, and from regional organizations, international partners, and industry stakeholders. And then, of course, regular communication and review mechanisms. So establishing regular communication channels such as this forum, but also ensuring that actions are taken and not just continuous discussions. We will be able to adjust the policies once they're established, and also make refinements based on evolving technologies, market dynamics, and regulatory experiences. So striking a balance between regional coordination and national policy, national flexibility, policymakers can promote efficient spectrum management while respecting the diverse needs and circumstances of countries in the Caribbean. And I will skip over to, we've already looked at the benefit of harmonization in terms of equipment, economies of scale, reduction in network equipment. I mean, at the international level, we do have manufacturers, and they're part of the discussion when policies and agreements are being made. And if we can have a unified front, we're greater in numbers in how we can have uniformity and equipment being developed for our region, and it will help if we're all on the same accord. We've looked at the benefits, and then, of course, lastly, I would indicate that harmonization is not a binary concept. Rather, it is a continuum influenced by spectrum management decisions of various countries. To the extent of harmonization may vary for Caribbean, and the preferred outcome could, as I indicated, be partial harmonization if full and perfect harmonization cannot be realized. However, either of the two, I believe, are preferable to no harmonization. And with no harmonization, of course, we realize no benefits which crucial for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kadian. And Charles is the chief of the International Spectrum Policy Division, U.S. Department of Commerce, or NTIA. I guess you could explain that for us. And yours is I will say, sort of the only non-Caribbean voice, because Kate, although she's based in France, deals with the Caribbean all the time. So we would be very happy to hear your thoughts in terms of the opportunities and challenges for Caribbean policy framework, and from your perspective, what would be the benefits of that? Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. I see a lot of familiar faces. I see even more new faces, which is a good thing. I'm always glad to meet new people. I will address this slightly differently than the other panelists. So there were a couple of questions that were put in the description of this panel itself that I would like to address. The first one is, how can the region work together to maximize the influence both in the Americas region and on the global stage? And what role can CTU play in this? And the answer is a huge one. Right? Active participation in CTEL, both in PCC2 and through representation in other regional preparatory bodies as members of CTEL, will be greatly beneficial in ensuring the timeliest information is available to you and the ability to impact regional harmonization as possible. Information is key. Understanding what other people are doing, how they did it. Many other administrations, in many cases, have gone through the same headaches that you're going through now and have found solutions to problems. Those solutions may not work in total for what you're looking for, but you can steal from them those ideas and shortcut your own process rather than try to invent it brand new here and go through the same headaches that they went through. So the more information that you can find, the more that you can tap into that global harmonization, the better it will be for your region. Active participation in WRCs, and I cannot state this enough, is vital in influencing and shaping the international radio regulations to benefit your individual countries and your region. If you're not there, you do not have a voice in what the International Table of Allocation says, and that will put immense pressure on your region to make specific spectrum management decisions or take away, in many cases, your ability to make spectrum management decisions. Active involvement in PCC2 preparations leading up to that will, of course, help ensure regional support for the positions and proposals that you would make to the conference. Submissions to PCC2 and active participation in the form of taking leadership positions in CETL will best situate the Caribbean administrations to promote the needs and allow them to coordinate effectively across the region. That allows you to drive what CETL does rather than just following what CETL does. So taking those leadership positions, which they're always available, will allow you not only to develop talent, which is always a good thing, it will also allow you to drive the positions that are being made. Development of a clear spectrum strategy, which has been talked about, in an implementation plan for those strategies by administration and even by the sub-region here would be beneficial, as it would give stakeholders an opportunity to assess in its development and provide a forward-looking regulatory certainty needed to foster growth and competition. We understand the US and Canada had the same exact problem that you had with the regulatory approval with respect to cross-border agreements or developing any kind of harmonized plan. We were able to take that out of the parliamentary procedure with our general coordination agreement. So I would suggest offline, if you're interested in that kind of thing, we can talk to you about how we did that, which might be helpful in your region as a way forward to put that decision-making for agreements back in the hands of the spectrum managers where their expertise is, rather than in the parliamentary party, which quite often will slow that process down. And it's a matter of education and getting buy-in for that process. So the second question that I would take is, how can regulators and telecommunication operators collaborate with neighboring countries to mitigate interference issues and ensure efficient spectrum utilization? The panelists have already talked about that. Harmonization is key, but harmonization to the International Table of Allocations is the first step. If the International Table of Allocations does not meet your need, then you need to change the International Table of Allocations to do so. And you can only do that through participation in the WRCs. For systems that can be impacted across the C2 administrations, which in most cases would most likely be aeronautical or space-based systems, bilateral agreements are a must. So existing bilateral agreement frameworks need to be in place between administrations to drive that forward. If you don't have an existing framework, then each time you're recreating that process for doing that bilateral agreement, which only slows down the process and it makes it much more difficult. And if there are any regulatory advisory group changes, that knowledge is lost. So you want to make sure you have a framework in place that's agreed between the administrations, so that drives the process for reaching those agreements. And of course, any spectrum strategy can be coordinated with nearby or neighboring administrations to increase economies of scale and overall benefit the region. I've heard the other panelists talk about doing the harmonized plan, or at least harmonize as much as possible. One of the things you can do is take a note from CETL as well, develop recommendations, which is a best practice. It doesn't require that you have a formalized plan in place. You can have one recommended path forward with respect to it. That is something that administrations then can take back and try and sell. As their individual needs change and evolve, that framework is in place. Those recommendations are there as a substrate that they can reach out to then try and see if they can harmonize to what the other administrations in the region are doing. So recommendations are another tool in your toolkit as a region to enable you to be able to meet your needs. Handbooks on how to do things. And you can rely on your stakeholders to help develop those handbooks are also invaluable because oftentimes the expertise isn't there in some of the administrative bodies, but the stakeholders can provide you that information on how to implement specific technologies. And having that handbook in place for the region is also very useful. So I will leave it with that, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Charles. I think those suggestions were quite useful and could well be taken on board. So the way I'll approach it now, I mean, we've had some background in terms of what currently exists. We've had some initial comments from persons involved in the current structure and processes. And maybe what I would do at this point is probably put a general question out to the panel. Based on your experience with the current structures towards developing a Caribbean spectrum management policy framework, right? We talked about all the steering committee and task force and stakeholders and so on. So based on your experience, what strengthening, what do you think, what aspects do you think could be strengthened? What aspects do you think could be improved? Maybe what we could probably stop doing? Any things that would help us to take on board maybe some of the thoughts that have come out and progress more efficiently in the future? So maybe I'll ask Alvin to take a first stab at that.
Yes, thanks, Nigel. That's a very good question. In terms of the task force and moving forward, I think there are a few things we can do. One of them you hinted on another panel is that we widen our stakeholder involvement. We get more organizations on board, like the Caribbean Meteorological Organization. We get ICA through their regional partners, whether it be the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authorities, the National Civil Aviation Authority on board. We also get civil society involved because there are several matters which speak to common spectrum use or unlicensed spectrum that we need to hear from civil society. So that would be my consideration in terms of broadening a participation within the task force. And I'll allow my colleagues to speak on that.
French perspective. A French perspective.
So, how to improve and the situation within the Caribbean, and also taking into consideration the spectrum usage. I think that there is still a need of close collaboration among us, the neighboring administrations, and also having sometimes dedicated meetings to address some topics more often, and which will be related with all administration involved, either the French and also the MNOs and the different NTRC, which will be able to provide all their comments and their views regarding a new frequency allocation and so on. Thank you.
We do not have someone from the Dutch Caribbean on the panel, but the French and Dutch territories, we do collaborate with from time to time. In fact, and they participate actually in the work of the Spectrum Management Task Force. So that is that's one means that I guess we could probably try to strengthen some more. Maybe also improve that coordination with the Dutch territories. So Conrad.
Yes, thank you, Nigel. From my perspective, I would just like to highlight, we must learn from the errors of the past. Lessons learned is key, and where we went wrong, to improve on those wrongs. And one of in my presentation, I would have mentioned that one of the hindering factor is how fast we get regulation revised in order to become harmonized. You know, that is something we need as a region to push the government administration in order to get the amendment of act and amendment of regulation to be approved faster, because that would be a greater hindrance to the implementation of new regulations. So I would like us to focus on that perspective. I also like to focus from like I said, the lessons learned. And one of the lessons learned from the parts of BRC 2023 is, I would like to use the example I was discussing with my colleague this morning, whereby the ESS, the 10 to 10.5 gigahertz band, was very important for the Bahamas and some of the region. However, a lot of the Caribbean countries abstained and didn't support that agenda item when it was the BRC. It's a lesson learned for us, because only 2 months later, we had an oil spill where ESS has become a key now. For the first time for us, we have to use that service. So I think we need to recognize the importance of some of these services for the region, and not only from a national perspective. So from those three angles, I will support and put it into consideration. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Kadian, that might be one of your balance or flexibility type issues. So your thoughts, well, you haven't, I don't know, you've been involved too much with the task force directly, but any thoughts you might want to offer with respect to improving what you've seen?
While not directly involved in the SMA, we are a small body. So if we have one representative, the information comes back in. What I would think would be critical, instead of, while this is important, these panel discussions, in order for you to have buy-in, I often find that instead of taking a top-down approach, you do bottom-up. For us at the SMA, when we make a plan. And once we've set a plan, what we do, we have stakeholder consultation and engagement. So they know what it is that we're doing. They don't just hear it and then we try to get the buy-in after the fact. We get the buy-in first and then we implement. So perhaps that's a strategy that the CTU can implement. Instead of saying, here's a framework that I'm asking you to accept, you seek the consultation from all the industry players and get their buy-in, and then you implement.
Thank you. Charles, if you have any additional comments you might want to bring.
Thank you. So what you're looking at is a very difficult process. And if you try to do it all at once, as the old adage goes, how do you eat an elephant? Well, you do it one bite at a time. So when you're doing a project like this, it is very important to prioritize and to organize. And in this particular case, you want to prioritize what harmonization needs to happen first, and then organize the rest to follow on, and frankly, leave the more contentious bands and issues for later down the road. Because if you can build some momentum in developing that harmonization, it will help you when you get to the more contentious issues. If you try to do this all at once with all the bands, you will fail because the contentious issues will sink you. Or if you start with the contentious issues, it will likely sink you because you will find it difficult to get the buy-in that you need on the rest of the issues, because it will create an atmosphere that you do not want. So when you're looking at these kind of issues, and we have struggled with this recently in the US, in the federal government, in doing our own spectrum management plan that we've done. And we had to do the same exact thing. You had to prioritize first what we were going to address and get buy-in on those particular issues to be able to move the whole thing forward. And once you started getting buy-in, then it was much easier to progress the whole. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Actually, one item on the action plan for the task force this year is to review the policies and the current policies and what is contained in the strategic plan. So that could help us to do what you're saying, identify what might be the priorities going forward and so on. Okay, we seem to have about 5 minutes left. So I think it's a point in time where we can take input from our audience. So there is one hand.
Thank you, Nigel. Richard Womersley from the Cayman Islands. I was smiling a little bit when I think it was Curly put up the slide, Conrad put up the slide saying 700 is harmonized as a TDD band with 2 sections, and that's the Region 2 approach. That's actually partly the Region 2 approach, but there's also a second Region 2 approach. If we can't agree on ourselves between which Region 2 approach we take, how are we meant to harmonize across the whole region?
Well, I guess it's a challenge. I don't know if anyone has any specific comment.
Thank you very much for your question, first of all. And what I would have presented is the bands in which we are ready to be harmonized. It's not that they are harmonized across the region. No, those are the bands in which we have identified, and we have revised our PMTS band plan to identify these bands, right, for PMTS. And these bands, we are ready for them to be harmonized. We're ready for the discussion to start in the harmonization. However, we recognize that some administration is still not ready to come to the table for harmonization as yet. But those administrations who are ready, we are ready to discuss at the CTU level the harmonization of priority bands, and the 700 band is one which is identified for that. This is based on, of course, the American Band Plan. Thank you.
And actually, apart from the 700, we also have a proposal from the French territories in the 3.5 gig band area. Off the top of my head, I think I remember, for harmonization that we would also have to deal with, and we would deal with it at that collective level. Any other hands? Well, we have a couple of minutes. I don't know if oh, there is a hand. Okay.
Thank you. Great presentation, good contribution from the presenters on the panel. My question would be, currently in the setup of the coordination approaches across the region, is there a feedback mechanism from the industry stakeholders that spectrum is being planned for, to be able to assess how effective the work of the task force is ongoing? So is there a forum by which the users of the spectrum get to inform the members of these coordinating agencies that, hey, yes, y'all are doing a good job, or this is somewhere where we need you all to focus on? Is there a feedback mechanism currently?
You mean like beyond the national level? It's not like, well, it's Curly Prescott from Trinidad and Tobago. It's not like one of the users in Trinidad and Tobago giving the local regulator a feedback. You're talking about getting back to the regional level. Right. Okay. No, I don't know. We have a specific mechanism for that.
Nigel, if I may.
If
I may.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. There's not a clearly defined mechanism the way forward. However, we do have an approach. At the task force level on the discussion and harmonization of priority bands, one of the discussion that take place at this level is that the representative of the particular administration when they come to make the presentation, they're not only bringing the presentation from the regulator perspective, they also bringing it from the industry perspective, even their jurisdiction. So that approach is discussed at the task force level and is discussed by the representative of that administration who represent the regulator and also the industry at that level. Thank you.
So you're saying the regulator, the member represents his constituency as well?
That's correct. Thank you.
We have a comment from Maria.
Just want to jump in, Chair, because I know at a number of our meetings, we have industry present. And I was just pointing to Charles, and maybe say a few words, or Melissa, who attended some of our meetings. I think Melissa is not in the room, but we have industry where they come together. And again, Flow and Digicel are the primary persons across the region. There are others, of course, but where we can, we have been trying to engage industry and get feedback. So it's not a formal mechanism per se. Possibly in our next cycle, we could look to that. Yeah. And we have always encouraged stakeholders to come to the CTU meetings because, again, we cannot plan in isolation.
I'll add to that as well, from a CTU perspective. CTU also participates in the Canto meetings, and Canto has their regulatory committee, which also gives at least at the CTU level and CTU secretariat level feedback from the industry directly in terms of what they're looking for, and that would find its way back into the work of the task force and steering committee. So it's a good question, but right. Have we formalized it? Have we got a proper structure in place? No, maybe we have some informal things right now that maybe that's a possible area for strengthening. Thank you for that. Well, last comment would be from Charles. I see Charles. I was asking because we are a little bit over time.
So if the information that you're talking about is brought into CTEL for information, you will definitely get feedback from industry.
Okay. I'm still seeing that. So wow. So I guess it's a hot topic.
Yes, quickly, because I don't want to run up the time. Abion Cooper from Spectrum in Jamaica. This is for Conrad. I saw for your harmonized band plans for mobile, you have 3.3 to 3.7. Do you still have any fixed services in that band?
Yes, we do have a slight part of that band that is occupied by one of our licensee. So yes, and we planned accordingly with that licensee in consideration. So that's correct, to be short.
Okay, thanks.
And I guess we'll take a last one. Yes.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Gregory Nelson. I'm from the British Virgin Islands. I don't know if this is a question or comment, but it's something I think I just want to ask. One of the issues that we are facing, I think, is coordination. We get a lot of coordination requests from Europe, I would say Germany, France, you name it, we get many coordination requests. But why is it we are not getting any from the region in terms of island to island? Maybe someone could help me with that. I think that's a good starting point in terms of regionally, we start to coordinate more among ourselves and then move forward.
Okay, just to give you some historical, yes, there are coordination going on among the administration in the region. For various issues, for example, if there is a cross-border issue, right, in mobile services with your neighbor, there is coordination to help to resolve that issue. In terms of planning, there's coordination going on right now between ECTEL and Trinidad and Tobago regarding the 600 band futuristic planning. So Ectel is one of our neighboring states, so we have to coordinate for that regard. So coordination is going on, but it's going on at that type of national level, depending on the concern of the neighboring countries. Okay.
And I will add to Conrad, we do have coordination taking place. Similarly, in the 600 band, we just repurposed that band from broadcasting to IMT. So we are doing coordination as we speak. And we've also had instances where we had to coordinate with Cuba with one of our telcos when there was an interference issue where we coordinated, but they were doing testing and in trying to resolve that. So coordination takes place at different levels, perhaps not with BVI because like perhaps where you are, but there's coordination. It's just probably in isolation and you're not seeing it, but it does happen.
Just to add also, as Conrad said, there's coordination going on with the Ectel member states and Trinidad and Tobago. We also do it with our French colleagues, our French neighbors, especially when we're looking at mobile networks rolling out new services. So before we assign, there's coordination. And right now we are at the stage where we have a draft, as Kate showed in her presentation, we have a draft MOU, which is to go out for public consultation. So we get industry and stakeholder feedback on that.
And we have a plan to share those coordination agreements via the Spectrum Management Task Force when they are established. So that would help the others as well. All right, so let me ask you to thank our panelists, please, for their work this afternoon. And I'll hand it back to Dan.
Thank you, Nigel, and thank you so much to you as well for moderating that so well. If I could just ask our panelists to stay here just for 1 second, and we once again have gifts that have been very kindly provided by our hosts here at the regulator. And whilst we are doing that, just a reminder, in the next session, once again, we are going to be using translation. So if you need translation and you didn't download the app from earlier, you can do that again now. And once again, there are headsets available from Lloyd at the back of the room over there if anyone needs a headset as well. But thank you so much again, once again, to our panelists. So we're moving straight on. We don't have a break now. We're moving straight on to our next session. And we did have quite a bit of discussion in that session just now, George or Charlie. Could someone come and do the waters as well? Thank you. Sorry, we did have quite a bit of discussion in that session just now about the UHF and talking about the various bands there. So quite aptly, we're now moving on to have a discussion focusing specifically on unlocking the potential of the UHF digital dividend bands, looking at analog switch off and future band strategies. So once again, a fantastic lineup of speakers with us. And if I could invite our panelists and moderator to come and join us here on the stage. So Stefan Sloan, Curly Prescott, Ileana Safons Caballero, Joe Chiudelli, and Jose Arias to come and join us here on the stage. And we'll do a quick turnaround and move straight on with our next session. So okay, that was a very quick turnaround. Thank you for all being so efficient with that. So I would now like to leave you in the capable hands of our moderator for this session, Stefan Sloan from Like Spectrum, who will explain the topics and introduce our panelists. Stefan, welcome. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dan. I've been an analyst and an investor in low band spectrum for about 28 years. And I really have been looking forward to this. There hasn't been a better time where there's more going on. We're going to focus on maybe the 400 to 700 megahertz part of the UHF spectrum a bit here, with sprinkling in a little extra. And it's part of the band where we have simultaneously licensed IMT, cellular telephone operations, we've got broadcast operations, and we've got unlicensed operations. And by all accounts, all three are thriving. So maybe this is a good example of where the oversight, the planning for the use of spectrum is really paying dividends and really being effective. So it's unlocking the potential of the UHF digital dividends bands, analog switch off, and the future of band plan strategies. As well. Okay. Each of our panelists here brings, markable perspective and expertise. They've prepared some thoughts for us to share, and then we can talk about it going forward. I would start off introducing Curly Prescott, who is Executive Officer, Technology and Engineering at the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the SMA and Forum Europe for inviting the Telecom Authority again to participate in this panel and to present on the work that we've been doing in relation to the topic of maximizing the ultra high frequency spectrum bands. So this particular chart provides a view of the low band spectrum in Trinidad and Tobago from the 600 to the, you could say 900 megahertz bands up to, well, technically up to 1 gigahertz. As you can see, the 850 megahertz band that is used in North America has been adopted in Trinidad and Tobago for public mobile telecommunication services. So that's where you see PMTS. In terms of the 700 megahertz band, we've already allocated and assigned that band primarily for public mobile telecommunication services. So that's currently in use. To specify which particular band plan, we don't use the North American 700 megahertz band plan. We actually use the APT, Asia Pacific Telecommunity 700 megahertz band plan. So that's what we use in Trinidad and Tobago. And in the case of the 600 megahertz band, currently that has not yet been allocated and assigned to PMTS. However, as Conrad would have presented in the prior session, it's part of our future planning. So currently there is a licensed subscription television broadcasting service in that band, in the 600 megahertz band. But in terms of our future plans, we do intend to reallocate, refarm that spectrum for public mobile telecommunication services in the future. As we talk about TTT, this particular slide provides an overview of the benefits to moving toward digital terrestrial television. To provide a quick synopsis of Trinidad today, currently we still have analog TV like Jamaica. Well, Jamaica has already started to switch on digital. We currently still only have analog over air, but we're currently looking forward to and anticipating the benefits of moving towards TTT, which includes reduced costs for our broadcasters, hopefully increased revenue through moving into new sectors such as data casting, setting up additional channels, getting into new sectors such as education, content delivery, and supporting offload of data from mobile networks. We look at increased quality, obviously with analog only, the best you can get is standard definition. We're anticipating high definition and 4K quality. The availability of electronic programming guides to over-the-air users, viewers, increased coverage, the ability to access content on demand, and obviously because the analog television systems, they're sort of end of life. They're no longer used throughout North America and so on. They're starting to face obsolescence, where to get spares, repairs, maintenance, it's difficult to get equipment available. So just to future-proof over-the-air broadcasting, we see the benefit of moving to TTT. And then we also see the TTT adoption supporting environmental, social, and governance objectives for organizations, reducing energy consumption, safer radio frequency radiation levels, and of course, ensuring that those customers who can't afford to connect to broadband can still get access to digital content using over-the-air broadcasts. So in the case of Trinidad and Tobago, our DTT milestones, I think those are in the breakfast sessions this morning, there was a discussion about what has to be done by various parties to sort of leverage the benefits of DTT. And I think one of the milestones that was identified this morning was identifying the standard to move to. So we're happy to say in Trinidad, we would have adopted the ATSC 3.0 standard. And that adoption was published in January 2023. So it was advertised to the wider public, all broadcasters and so on, retailers, the public. We also would have updated our policy framework, our digital terrestrial television policy framework, and that was finalized and published in January 2024. And we're also happy to advise that earlier in this year, we would have issued a request for proposals for a digital terrestrial television shared signal distributor. That request for proposal was issued in January of this year, and we have just closed Friday. And we are pleased to advise we would have received multiple bids to that request for proposals. So now we move into the evaluation phase. And that shared signal distributor is essentially like a lighthouse operator who would operate the network, and then the broadcasters would provide content. So this slide sort of paints the picture as to the benefits of moving to DTT from a spectrum perspective. So currently in the analog state, to carry 5 stations, you see we've assigned 14 television channels across the VHF and UHF bands to carry 5 stations. Because of course, you know, in the absence of being able to use single frequency networks, one TV station had 3 television channels assigned to it, 3 spectrum channels assigned to it, 1 VHF, 2 UHF, or in some case, 2 VHF, 1 UHF. But as we move to digital, and with digital and the increased bandwidth, the increased quality, and the ability to carry multiple channels on one frequency channel, we're looking to reducing for the same 5 stations that we use 14 spectrum channels. We'll be able to use, you know, we anticipate 2 frequency channels to carry all of those television stations in a better quality, leveraging single frequency networks. And by that additional 12 frequency channels that are freed up, it now allows us to unlock the benefits of the UHF spectrum band as per the theme of this panel session. So this now, coming back to my prior slide on the spectrum use, the low band spectrum use in Trinidad and Tobago, that will enable us to make that 600 megahertz spectrum available for mobile. And then this is sort of our implementation schedule that we have. So from a timing perspective, the gray slot basically speaks to the steps of our process that have been completed. So I've just spoken about the RFP for a signal distributor. That would have been, that has just been completed. So we're now looking at hopefully sending a recommendation to our ministry to authorize that successful bidder by, let's say, August, September. And once that is approved, we'll have an authorized signal distributor. They would have roughly 12 months to set up their network, and we're hoping to have the switch on by latest September 2025. So just over a year from now, and then we're looking to follow up with analog switch off by the end of 2026. So these are our time frames. And that 2026 coincides with the renewal of the broadcast concession. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Well, that's a great dividend to see from, yes, absolutely. To see that dividend move over to digital and have all of that spectrum sort of repurposed for more uses. I'm doing my best up here to speak English. Our next expert will contribute in Spanish. And so if anyone needs any assistance with the hearing, we are very fortunate to sort of span the Caribbean from south in Trinidad and Tobago to north in Cuba. And it's my pleasure to introduce Elena Safons Caballero, who is the General Director of Communications for MINCOM in Cuba.
Gracias. Thank you for the invitation. Sorry, no speaking English. Bueno, adelante. ¿Dónde está para mí? Thank you. Sí, thank you. Bueno, el objetivo de mi presentación es ponerlos al tanto de cómo va la transición de la televisión analógica a digital en Cuba, con un objetivo que siempre tuvimos, lograr alcanzar esa transición en un periodo de 10 años. Comenzamos en el 2013 pero bueno, la situación económica financiera que causó incluso la COVID ha hecho que esto se haya demorado en el tiempo. Como objetivo específico es desarrollar una infraestructura que nos facilite una infraestructura digital que nos ayude a llevar esta transición a todo el territorio, comercializar los receptores necesarios a la población, a las escuelas, fundamental, porque nuestras escuelas dan clases, o sea, reciben los niños y los estudiantes las clases por la televisión. Utilizar la ciencia y la innovación para buscar una soberanía tecnológica y disminuir con esto, por supuesto, los gastos de mantenimiento y operación que tenemos producto a la obsolescencia que hoy tiene la televisión analógica. El impacto del proyecto, por supuesto, como le hablé, en cuanto a infraestructura, modernizar los estudios nuestros de televisión, renovar ese sistema de transmisión, como le hablaba, llevar unos sistemas digitales y modernizar los terminales. En cuanto a la población, el impacto, buscar calidad de servicio, disponibilidad de más canales, hoy con 8 canales de televisión estándar y 4 canales en alta definición, por supuesto, integrar los canales de radio. En cuanto a la economía, el impacto, disminución de equipamiento obsoleto, que hoy contamos con bastante equipamiento ya obsoleto, revitalización de una industria nacional que podamos nosotros desarrollar estos receptores y liberar la banda de 700 MHz. ¿En qué estado estamos? Hoy logramos hacer una transición en todo el occidente del país. Ahí se retiraron 54 transmisores analógicos. La cobertura, por supuesto, en esta región tuvo un crecimiento, que ya se las expongo. El consumo eléctrico disminuyó en un 16% y en esta zona liberamos ya la banda de 700 MHz. Los resultados que alcanzamos, comercializamos 3,4 millones de receptores desde el inicio del proyecto, en el 2013, como les explicaba, pero la producción en la industria nacional de 27.000 receptores, o sea, set-top box, cubiertas todas las capitales provinciales y principales grupos poblacionales que tenemos en Cuba, atención a los beneficiados de asistencia social y las escuelas de Occidente. Se concluyó el diseño que está en fase de contratación de componentes en serie 0 de una caja decodificadora cubana, que es de lo que le hablaba de la ciencia y la innovación en este caso. Resultados alcanzados. Bueno, se liberó la frecuencia de 700 MHz y eso nos permitió hacer un despliegue de 49 radiobases de 4G en la parte occidental, mejorando así la cobertura de la señal de telefonía móvil. Por supuesto, con una mayor calidad en el servicio y su cobertura en el occidente. Problemas que tenemos identificados hoy, imposibilidad de ese financiamiento para la producción de estas cajas decodificadoras. Discontinuidad en la producción nacional, o sea, tampoco podemos por el impago a los proveedores y el desplazamiento de la fecha de continuar en el centro y en el oriente del país. Comportamiento de los indicadores. La cobertura poblacional en la televisión digital terrestre hoy en definición estándar ya alcanzamos un 78% y en la alta definición estamos en un 50%. No sale. Ok. Evolución de la televisión en Cuba. ¿Qué es lo que pretendemos llegar? Bueno, eliminar las zonas de silencio y débilmente servidas. Nosotros tenemos la zona montañosa en el país que le llamamos Plan Turquino, que hoy ahí estamos trabajando para eliminar esas zonas de silencio. Posibilidad de crecimiento de la programación a transmitir, eso por supuesto lo da esa transición a la televisión digital. paso a una mayor cantidad de programas como consecuencia, paso a una segunda generación de televisión digital terrestre que hoy estamos para la zona de demostración, trabajar a la DTMBA, generalización de los servicios de la televisión digital terrestre para receptores portátiles y recepción en móvil. Proyecciones para este año. Continuar con la transición parcial en la zona central. Recibir e instalar en el último trimestre del año el equipamiento necesario. Por supuesto, si recibimos todo un equipamiento que ya tenemos previsto para la entrada al país a finales de año. Aumentar los servicios de televisión digital en esta zona, como les hablé, de Plan Turquino, que es nuestra zona montañosa, un poco de difícil acceso, pero que trabajamos muy constante para llevar los servicios, no solamente todos los servicios. Crear una cabeza de línea espejo para alcanzar redundancia real y completa de ambos servicios, tanto en SD como en HD. Modernizar el transporte de señales en los centros transmisores, disponer del financiamiento para la producción y comercialización de receptores de televisión digital en el país, según un cronograma, y alcanzar, que es lo previsto para este año, una cobertura poblacional de 85% en definición estándar y un 60% en alta definición al concluir el año. Hasta aquí, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much for that, Elena. So we're finding in this transition not only spectral efficiency, but actually power and energy efficiency, as well as covering additional areas that were missed. All very good goals, and also all very noble uses for the spectrum for education, as well as commercial reasons. We're going to change our perspective now a little bit from the regulatory side to the industry side. And I'm really pleased to introduce a great guy, Joe Chadelli, who is going to tell us actually about unlicensed uses and the great story there. He's from Sennheiser, and he's the Director of Spectrum and Innovation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is truly a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. I'd like to point out that actually a lot of operations are unlicensed, but professional content is largely licensed. It's largely a licensed service. So I'm going to talk about PMSE, program making and special events. That's kind of a fancy way of saying content creation. And it's basically wireless mics and wireless cameras that create all that stuff that we love to watch and listen to. And I see we got. And basically, it doesn't matter if you watch your content over a TV or your car radio or computer or a tablet, a phone, whatever. If it has sound, you can bet it was done with wireless mics. It was created with wireless mics. PMSE has to do with the creation of content. It's the one radio service that has to do with the creation of content rather than the distribution of content. And let's face it, PMSE puts a lot of fun into our lives. So when I say wireless mics, everyone generally just thinks of the stick that like Taylor Swift sings into. And just to be clear, I'm obligated by my daughter to get Taylor Swift into each and every one of my presentations. She is currently in Europe following the Taylor Swift European tour because the 10 concerts that she went to in the United States last year just wasn't enough for her. So, but actually, most wireless microphones are never seen by the by people because they're often, they're hidden, especially, for movies. You're trying to make it, you're trying to hide these mics. But besides, a stick mic, they're wireless microphones cover an umbrella of devices that are used to create content, including ear monitors and intercoms and interruptible foldback. Anything to create the show. And so content is very important, especially from the Americas, because let's face it, the Americas make the best content. And like for the United States, for example, our content has a export to import ratio of 3-to-1. That is the highest by far of any product or service. So when in the United States, they were looking to repurpose the UHF band, we had to find solutions for wireless mics, and cameras, because these devices basically have been sharing the lower UHF band that's been allocated for terrestrial TV broadcast. And it has to do with the wave propagations. They are, it's favorable for professional wireless microphone operations. So when in the US, when we're looking at reallocating some over-the-air TV channels to other services like mobile broadband, the FCC recognized the ubiquitous nature of wireless mics that have proven benefits at every level of our society. So they opened up additional suitable bands for wireless microphone operation. For instance, the mid-900 band, which Canada also now has largely harmonized with the United States. And also the 1435 to 1525 band is basically used for every major broadcast event that you watch or listen to. So I would encourage other administrations, as they're looking to change some of their allocations, to look at the US blueprints and find alternate frequency bands that coincide with the US and Canada. And that is consistent with ITU Resolution 59-3, which calls for the harmonization of bands for this service. And I'd like to note that the ITU is improving their database to help administrations and operators see what the common denominators of permitted frequency bands are. However, it's also noteworthy that even with these new bands that are available, it's still a challenge to do modern productions, because as time goes on, these productions just get more and more elaborate. And so there is a new technology that the FCC just approved called WMAS. And the beauty of WMAS is it's highly spectrally efficient. It's a networked approach that has interference mitigation properties that aren't seen by conventional systems, and it is it's actually more reliable than conventional systems, and it's much lower power. So it actually protects other services that share the same spectrum. So I thank you very much, and thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Joe. So continuing now with the view from industry, we have a great perspective from Jose Arias He's head of global policy, and I think this is great. Market enablement. You're the man who can literally make it happen at Nokia. Jose.
Hi. Okay, got it. So thank you for the Jamaican administrations and SMA to invite us, and particularly me to having me here. So it's a pleasure to be here in Jamaica. So I am Jose Arias. I represent Nokia in this amazing conference, and I'm going to share some views with regards to the UHF based on the views what my company has in this regard. So first of all, I want to start this conversation just talking a little bit about the results of WRC 23. We have heard from some other colleagues about UHF band results, but nevertheless, since this is focused just for UHF, I wanted to highlight again what's happening with the results on this frequency band. So you will see in this slide the 3 different regions that the ITU has for the world. And you can see also in different colors what are the different results that we have that we had here for this UHF band. So mainly the discussion on WRC 23 was for region 1. So the first 2 bullet points that you will see in the blue zone, it is with regards to the results of region 1. So this is important, not because in this segment. So either for 600 or 700 megahertz. So you will see the first one is a primary allocation from some countries with some conditions, and then you will have also secondary allocation for the full band for the European countries. But this statement needs to be reviewed again at WRC 2031. So then you will see some secondary allocations also for African countries in 600 megahertz band. And then if you take a look on the final acts of the conference, you will see that some other countries in this region, in region 2, added their name in the footnote that we have for region 2. No, this is important for this region. And just to mention, for region 3, it is the same case. So some other countries were adding their names in this footnote. So then you will see here the table of allocations with the footnotes, particularly for the UHF frequency bands. Again, the results for WRC, you will see some UHF footnotes and also some IMT footnotes for 470 to 512 and for 614 to 698. This is important because we have in region 2 this footnote, which is the 5293. And particularly for this region, we have Bahamas, Barbados, Cuba, and Jamaica with a primary allocation for mobile in this frequency range. Okay, then I was mentioning that primarily the discussion on WRC 23 was for region 1, but why is this important for us in the Caribbean region? So you will see that now we have different frequency arrangements worked in the 3GPP. So you will see full different alternatives that you can have for governments in order to plan for the future for 600 or even 700 for mobile applications. So we have heard also that some countries, as Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, are having plans for 700. But just as a part of the recommendation we always provide to the regulators and government, it is to try to see not just for the digital transition, just trying to take into consideration also what is happening in the future after the digital transition. Because nowadays you can see more efficiencies, as my colleague from Trinidad and Tobago was just explaining, but you also can have the possibility to refarm all this analog TV transmission in a better way. So you will have also that in terms of equipment availability, you will also can consider for future plans that you will have 600 as well as some of the equipment available for this UHF range. So again, just to mention some different 3GPP frequency arrangement that you can have, you will see from 700 band 28 or N28. You also have band 12 or N71. But something that we are working in Nokia, particularly in terms of technology, it is the possibility to have a frequency arrangement only for downlink in the 475 to 600 with the N108 frequency arrangement. So it is, again, a different possibility, an alternative to you to consider for the future. Okay, what are the recommendations when you are planning the rebanding process for DTT? So the first topic to consider it is that the uplink in the mobile, it's really sensitive. So this is something that perhaps you as governments and regulators have in mind. But the most important thing for having in mind for planning purposes of mobile operations, it is the uplink transmission in the mobile applications. So sometimes it is not at the same time possible to have all the countries doing this rebanding process. So it is important also to consider some bilateral or multilateral agreements in order to promote the digital transition. And also you can see some other different recommendations in this slide. So particularly the most important, as I was saying, it is the uplink transmission in the mobile applications. So when you are talking about the downlink transmission in the mobile systems, it is not something that you can consider as the most important thing, but even though you have to take into consideration this kind of activities. So then finally, some recommendations from our side in order to consider when you are considering UHF frequency bands. So the first one is extended coverage. So as you will see, based on the physics and based on propagation, you have the ability with these frequency bands to cover larger areas. So this is something to have in mind when planning, and particularly when you are trying to provide rural connectivity or when you are trying to get into remote areas. So again, because of the UHF physics and propagation, you have better penetrations even in indoor. No, so in these cases, you have the ability to provide coverage even in indoor areas. So then cost-effective deployment, it's more generally, if you compare this frequency band with middle bands or higher frequency bands, you have the ability to use less infrastructure, and that means you can it is more feasible to expand the coverage to underserved areas. And then finally, if you are planning to use this frequency band for mobile and broadband applications, you can have access to internet, e-health, education, smart agriculture, and also payment services with this kind of frequency bands. So again, in summary, the recommendation for this frequency band is that we believe that this UHF plays an important role. And the more important thing is, it is a tool to provide the digital and bring the digital gap and providing services to the underserved communities. So this is what we wanted to share with all of you, and I'm happy to be part of this discussion. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So part of what I heard there in your comments is this tremendous capacity to propagate in UHF spectrum and to penetrate seems to give a little extra responsibility to manage this resource accurately. All right, it's fair warning time to our friends in the audience that will be coming to you for questions, but I will start us off here. I'll stipulate that we'd always like to have more time and more money, that those two things are always true. But in your experiences as regulators, as participants in the industry, where are you finding the difficulties? Where are you finding the impediments to making these changes and to unlocking some of these great dividends of switching to digital? And I'll let you take it in turn if anyone would.
Yeah. From the perspective of, in our experience, what we see is a little bit of hesitation around the risk to move towards the newer technology from some of the industry participants. So we've, to address those concerns, we've tried a lot of industry collaboration to assist the relevant industry players to I guess, move into the next step to leverage the better, I guess, technologies in that band, which will then foster the availability of demand for other purposes. That's what we've seen on our end, in our experience.
And so is it true that you need to go sort of forward together? That where you have so many borders, so many countries, so close together, and the signal propagates so well over water, if one stays in analog, is that even more of a problem, or what have you experience there?
From a regional perspective, I would say that hasn't really been the pullback per se. Getting the neighbors, the regional neighbors to move forward as well. I think there are enough parameters that we have in our control to mitigate that concern. And we do have the relationship, I guess, to manage those type of issues. So I don't think that particularly is the issue. I think, while it would be ideal, I agree, coming to your point, that we all move forward together, especially from an ecosystem perspective. That certainly helps. But I think from a frequency coordination, interference management perspective, no, I don't think there's a necessarily, especially as we have seas between our borders, I think we are able to mitigate that issue. Yeah.
So you can lead and show the way a little bit too, without great difficulty.
Well, we could join the leadership path. Yes. Because in our case, Jamaica is leading the way. We're joining on the bandwagon as well. Yeah.
Elena, can I include you here? Always love to have more time, more money, but what are the impediments that you see?
Sí, adelante. Voy a explicar. En el caso de Cuba, no tenemos que ir de la mano con un sector privado. Eso lo tenemos muy bien concebido. Tenemos un cronograma, tenemos una norma propia y todo. De hecho, hemos comenzado y ya tenemos toda una parte de la región y en otras partes del resto del país también lo hemos hecho donde, como expliqué, en grupos poblacionales identificados y en las cabeceras provinciales. Nosotros, la traba está en el financiamiento. Todo transita por el tema financiero. Hoy los proveedores, en breve le voy a explicar, los proveedores no hay deudas con los proveedores por los temas financieros que hay y sabemos, todos saben que Cuba, no era la intención decirlo, pero Cuba es un país que está muy bloqueado, tanto económica como financieramente, y eso nos limita mucho el avance que realmente queremos llevar. Comenzamos en el 2013, los pronósticos eran culminar en el 2023, no logramos culminar, pero no nos vamos a detener y estamos llevando acciones muy importantes en el país. Estamos con países amigos que también nos están impulsando y acompañando en este proceso. No tenemos el sector privado, al contrario, tenemos que ir trabajando también con la población, como le explicaba, la asistencia social, la parte que hay que beneficiar por el propio gobierno, las escuelas, que es responsabilidad nuestra también, hospitales, todas estas instituciones que llevan el uso, que también nosotros somos responsables de facilitarles estos medios para que no queden fuera de esa transición. Entonces, nada, nosotros seguimos avanzando y tenemos confianza en que vamos a dar buenos pasos, tanto en este año, y vamos a continuar, pero todo transita por un tema.
Very good. So regardless of where you're from, money makes the megahertz go round, I think is part of the issue there. And certainly, no matter what sort of economy you work in, if you've been in business long enough, you've had a 10-year plan that took a lot longer than 10 years. How about the view from industry? as what's holding things up.
Yes, thank you. And one of the biggest challenges is correcting the misconception that that PMSE could be done by using 5G technology. In that PMSE has to have negligible latency. And I mean, 5G has low latency, but it doesn't come anywhere close to the requirements of PMSE. Basically, you have to have considerably less than 10 milliseconds consistently for PMSE, because especially for any content that has music, because music is rhythm in time, and basically after 7 milliseconds of any type of sound lag within the system, musicians just cannot stay on the beat. And I mean, others non-PMSE technologies don't come anywhere close. You know, even the best 5G private network has sometimes at instances can get latency below 10 milliseconds, but it doesn't stay there. It goes, you know, 9 milliseconds, 84 milliseconds, and on average, the best is 25 milliseconds, which is, you know, way too long. I mean, for instance, if I call up my wife on this phone, she actually hears my voice 100 to 500 milliseconds later on. And if she talks back to me, sometimes that takes 2 or 3 weeks for that message to sink in. Although that's not a technical issue. But this is what makes PMSE unique. Ultra low latency, and also it's fault intolerant. I mean, Beyonce can't just stop singing, walk across the stage and say, "Can you hear me now?" So it's always got to work, and it has to be a real-time system. Thank you.
Jose, that's tough to follow, actually, as far as describing dissimilar technologies needing to work together. But let's put that aside. The history of Bell Labs, Nokia, innovation, solving really hard problems.
Okay, well, perhaps I can comment two different sides of the vision that we have. The first one is in terms of planning. So our colleague from Cuba is just sharing that the plan for them, in that case, takes 10 years in the planning board. So again, the rebanding process takes a lot of time. No, in terms of planning, when you are seeing to free up the 700 megahertz, and then you are thinking to compact or to send all the DTV channels to the 600, and then you finalize to free up the 700, you will see in terms of the efficiencies that you can have with DTV that you still have some space to free up now the 600 megahertz band. So this is based on experience we have had in different countries. So then at that point in time, you again started a new band plan process in order to reband the 600 megahertz band. So nowadays we have, in terms of, again, equipment availability, you will find equipment for 700, but also for 600. So again, in this case, what we have experienced is that you have to make 2 different steps in order to have the first digital dividend in 700, but then to free up the 600 megahertz, you have to do, again, a rebanding process in order to free up the 600 megahertz. So the recommendation is just think to have this as an alternative when you are planning for 700, to consider perhaps to have some digital TV transmissions down below 470, not just for free up in the 700. So this is one thing that we have seen in terms of planning. And then the second one is when operators are just jumping into the picture when they start the deployment of networks in 700. What have we seen in these examples? So you are, as a regulator, freeing up the 700, but you will find then again some non-authorizing emissions in the band. So when the CSPs, the operators, are now operating in 700, you will have a lot of issues in terms of interference. because operators are going to start to provide services to the citizens, but you still have or you still will find some operations that are not authorized. So again, the recommendation in this term in 700 is to maintain a monitoring task force continuously in order to find for some non-authorizing emissions in the band. This is the two different things we have seen when the mobile operators start to operate in 700.
The rough spots of growth and progress and change. All right, I'd like to include all of you in the discussion here. Who has a question for this fabulous panel? Oh, we have one in the back, Dan.
So we heard that Julian Martin from NERA. We heard from the two participants from the regulators in Cuba and Trinidad that they've more or less successfully completed now the transition to digital. What successful steps did you take to help smooth that transition, help get both consumers and the industry switched over smoothly?
Thanks, Julian. Curly, would you like to take first shot at it, and then we'll have...
Sure, Stefan. So Julia, just to clarify, we haven't completed the transition. We're now commencing the transition, yeah? What steps are we planning? One of the things we see critical would be ensuring we have affordable, widely available receivers to consumers. So we've already begun the engagement with retailers and distributors to ensure that we have digital compatible television sets for the standard we're moving to available in market. Now, we're actually happy to say that has borne fruit. So we actually have 2 retailers with at least 4 different television sets that support the ATSC 3.0 already available in market. And we're now making sure that the consumers, general public, are aware of that. So in case that someone has to replace their TV and end-of-life TV, they could buy the suitable television set that will receive that equipment. So that's one step we're taking. We've continued to participate in forums such as the NAB show and so on. And that way we're looking to collaborate, not just nationally, but even across the region. And we're participating in a implementation team, a regional implementation team, where we're hoping we could hopefully standardize on a affordable set-top box so currently set-top boxes for the ATSC 3 standard currently retail in the US at about $90 for one. That's still a little too expensive for our region. We're trying to get that down to 60, 50, under $50 per set-top box. So we're working, as a region, with our regional partners. And I spoke about Jamaica leading the way, we be jumping on the bus. We be looking to partner and not just go up on our own tangent. We're looking to partner across the region with other markets heading in the same direction. So we talk about harmonized ecosystem. That's exactly what we're adopting here. The other thing, of course, we're working on, we've looked at our legislation. We're looking to see how we could reduce the impact of the cost to consumers. There are things like duties and taxes on specific equipment. We're looking at targeting not just all ATSC 3 equipment, but specific equipment that we want to be widely available, sort of the basic entry-level devices, to see if there could be some consideration given to the reducing or waiving the duties and the duties on those equipment, or that equipment, specific equipment models. And another thing that we have in the pipeline is, we understand there are going to be some vulnerable groups. Some persons who just can't afford the switch, can't afford a new TV, you can't pay for the set-top box. So we're looking at establishing the criteria of those vulnerable groups and seeing how we could identify funding to support those groups. So once the analog switch up happens, we can provide a set-top box to those persons at no cost to them. So at least they wouldn't be left behind. That's a critical part of this program. So those are some of the things we're looking at to hopefully make our transition when we get there a success. But as I said, we're still in the early stages. We're looking at that digital switch on next year, and we're looking to switch off in 2026.
So nobody left behind with technologies that aren't backwards compatible is a big responsibility.
Absolutely.
Elena, are there lessons from the road so far in your experience that you'd like to share?
Bien, en el caso de Cuba, nosotros sí comenzamos, por supuesto. Estamos con los chinos, adoptamos, o sea, tenemos una norma propia para Cuba. Primero garantizamos, hay todo un trabajo, un cronograma. Yo les voy a decir algo muy importante, que nuestra viceministra es la dueña del proyecto y lo lleva muy bien a punta de lápiz. Entonces, garantizamos primero tener estas cajas decodificadoras, los receptores de televisión también, por supuesto, muy asequible a nuestra población, muy asequible. Esto nos ha traído como consecuencia, lo expuse, o sea, como resultado de esa transición, lo expuse en la presentación, mejor calidad. Tenemos más programas de televisión, la población lo agradece, de hecho monitoreamos cómo va funcionando esa transición. Le explicamos que comenzamos por las regiones, ya tenemos una región cubierta completa. Monitoreamos cómo la población va percibiendo esa transición. Han sido resultados muy positivos. El consumo eléctrico, por supuesto, ha bajado mucho. Tenemos transmisores, la obsolescencia tecnológica la eliminamos y eso ha provocado ese consumo eléctrico a favor nuestro. Él hablaba sobre el tema de las interferencias. Nosotros continuamos trabajando muy constante el monitoreo, el control del espectro y este caso de interferencia no lo hemos tenido, lo cual nos permitió incluso liberar esa banda de 700 en la zona occidental, porque aunque tengamos en otras provincias que hayamos ya hecho transición, o sea, en las cabeceras provinciales, esa transición solamente la hicimos en la región occidental, donde no había la posibilidad de una interferencia con el resto del territorio, que aún nosotros no hemos logrado hacer la transición. Pero los resultados son muy buenos, tenemos calidad, como le explicamos, calidad, ese ahorro de energía, y nosotros estamos satisfechos hasta ahora no hemos tenido problema con esa transición.
Do we have other questions? Then it does look like we're about on time. On behalf of our panel, I will thank the Spectrum Management Authority, CTU, Nokia, and Sennheiser for sponsoring this, and to Forum Global for making this possible and for bringing us all to this very beautiful island and being together. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan, and a big thank you to you as well for moderating and guiding us through the discussion there. And again, yes, as Stefan said, thank you to our panelists. And once again, we have the gifts here for our panelists. So thank you all very much indeed. And just a quick mention whilst the gifts are being given out to remind everybody about our networking reception this evening. So our hosts here at SMA are kindly inviting us all to a networking reception immediately following the conclusion of the event here today. And Sennheiser and Joe here are going to be providing the entertainment. So now you've seen Joe perform here on a panel. There's an opportunity to see Joe perform in another way. He's going to be on stage with his band this evening as well. So Joe, did you want to say a few words or?
Yes, as my daughter consistently reminds me, I'm no Taylor Swift, but it'll be a great time tonight anyhow. So we'll see you then.
So we're all looking forward to that. And we also have a local artist as well who's going to be performing. So lots of music, lots of drinks, lots of food. And I hope you all can make that. So there's going to be buses here immediately following the conclusion of the conference today to take us over to the other side of the hotel to that reception. So I hope everyone can join us for that. That said, it's time for coffee again. So coffees and refreshments being served out at the back. And if I could ask us all to be back in here, maybe at around about 10 past, if that's okay. And we'll get started for our last session, which is going to be focusing on satellite and non-terrestrial connectivity. Thank you very much, everyone. See you back here shortly. Sorry, one more thing. I think somebody has left a phone out to the back. So if anyone has lost a phone, please do let us know. We have a phone that we have found. It will be on the desk, the AV desk here as well with Jordan. So yeah.
Okay, perfect. You will see. Yeah, definitely, definitely. I hope you felt any information was. You know.
way back into the room because we have a fascinating last session for you all. So last session is going to be looking at satellite and non-terrestrial connectivity. If we go back to the Slido survey that we did at the start of the day, that was obviously leading up to WRC 27. What we felt here was going to be the key issue. So looking to have a discussion focusing on that. So if I could invite our panelists to make their way up onto the stage. So I think we have a few of them here already. So Richard, Alvin, if he's here somewhere, Curly again, Ryan and Giselle, I see we have here as well. So if I could ask you all to make your way up onto the stage. I think we'll go Richard, first of all. Fantastic. So as I said, we're going to be focusing on satellite and non-terrestrial networks. And delighted to have here with us Richard Womersley from the Cayman Islands, who is going to be moderating the session. Richard, welcome and over to you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you to SMA for inviting us to this wonderful location. And this morning, before we even started, there was a vote. And one of the things that came from that vote was that you all felt that some of the issues for WRC 27 that were going to be the most interesting were to do with satellite. And it wasn't just direct to device. There was the second satellite question as well. And those between them, 75% of you, if I did the maths correctly, said that satellite was the issue of the day. So this is the panel of the day. And we have some fantastic panelists who are going to help us through this maze. And I was also intrigued by some of the speakers. Dr. Nelson this morning said, we have to build today with the future in mind. And I think when we start to think about satellites, given the timescales involved in launching them and commercializing them, we really do have to build today with the future in mind. And it was the Honorable Minister Vez who said, we have to have a stable, conducive environment whilst planning for the future. So lots of contrasting issues here. In the whole Jamaican theme, I was thinking a little bit about satellite. You know, they call them birds in the industry. And we have the low Earth orbit satellites, the medium Earth orbit satellites, and the geostationary satellites. So 3 little birds. My apologies. From that, I will pass over to our panelists. I'll let them do a brief introduction and then we'll give them an opportunity to speak. Alvin, if you would like to briefly introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Richard. My name is Alvin Augustine. You've seen me before. I am current chair of the CTU Spectrum Management Task Force and engineer at the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon again. Curly Prescott, responsible for technology and engineering at the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago.
Hi, good afternoon. Ryan Johnson with Viasat. I look after regulatory and government affairs for Latin America and the Caribbean. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Giselle Creaser, and I work for Intelsat, and I'm the Director of Spectrum Engineering.
So those are our 4 esteemed panelists. And I think we should just get on with things because I suspect and I'm hoping that you're awake after the chocolate and that we can get some very good questions from you. So Alvin, do start us off.
Yes, thank you, Richard. I'm going freestyle this time. So did a presentation. I'm going the other side of the spectrum. In terms of non-terrestrial networks, including satellite service. In the ECTEL member states, we had some engagement by operators, especially the NGSOs, geostationary orbits operators, where they were looking at either providing services to eSIMs to foreign registered aircraft or maritime vessels that traverse the Eastern Caribbean. And they were looking at how did the regulatory regime deal with licensing and spectrum assignments. In 2000, I believe it was 2012, we developed a mechanism for license exemption orders. And in that, the member states, the ECTEL member states, would issue exemption orders for these satellite providers, aeronautical mobile service and maritime mobile service operators that provide services to ships and aircraft traversing the ECTEL member states. That was under the regulatory regime, and it was passed by the member states, each individual member states being, of course, a sovereign state, passed that through their respective ministers, and that became known as the exemption orders. Now, in recent time, what we've been finding is that the satellite operators have had quite a bit of interest in licensing now. So we're moving from the situation where we're looking at the eSIMs, where they actually want to come into the territories and offer service. So there have been lots of engagement with the respective national regulators, the NTRC, as well as ECTEL on a whole. And part of the challenge we are facing is that under our current, Telecoms Act, which involves licensing, most of that licensing is more for legacy systems. So we're talking about licensing of C-band and KU-band satellites, but these were Earth stations. In terms of the new format or the new deployment of these NGSOs, we are challenged to find a licensing regime that covers them. So part of our work plan and looking forward is that we are looking at revising and updating some of those licensing provisions, where we look at not just the satellite operators, but also the newer technologies. As somebody said in this forum, we have to look towards the future and make it now. So part of the challenge we're facing now is that we need to update our legislative and regulatory framework. And the intention is under the new electronic communications bill. Some member states have actually passed it, so it's now called the Electronic Communications Act. There would be provisions in the regulations where the minister can update the licensing provision as well as the fees attached to both the service and the use of spectrum. So I will end there and allow my colleagues to have their share in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. Curly, what's your take on the situation?
So I stayed in my end of the spectrum with a presentation. So, similar to what Alvin spoke to, we have similar areas which we'll get into as once I get past our introductory slide. So here we just provide a quick overview of Trinidad and Tobago's telecommunications market. Our population, 1.4 million. We have 2 mobile operators, almost 100% 3G coverage, growing 4G LTE coverage, 75%. High broadband penetration, fixed broadband penetration. So we have actually, as of December 2023, our last quarterly report revealed we have over 400,000 broadband subscribers. And how many homes do we have? Just over 400,000. So almost all homes, on average, that's on average, because some homes may have 2, but on average, almost all homes have a broadband connection. And the mobile internet penetration, our last reported metric is at 60%. But I think our policy and economics team, they're doing some reviews with our operators on that. It actually might be a lot higher than that. So we're reviewing that as we speak. So that's a quick snapshot of our broadband KPIs, our telecom KPIs. In terms of satellite connectivity matters which are receiving our attention, similar to what Alvin would have touched on, where satellite operators are coming to them to provide licensed services within the jurisdictions. We ourselves would have encountered that in the past couple of years. So in 2022, 2 years ago, we'd have received applications for requisite authorizations to provide broadband internet services, both from one non-geostationary orbit system, Starlink, and from a geostationary orbit system, Neptune, who's reselling the Eutelsat system. So we would have gone through a process to have these two players authorized, and those authorizations would have been formalized last year in 2023. Basically, we have a two-tier authorization system, a service authorization, which we call a concession, to provide broadband services, and then there would be a separate authorization to use the spectrum. And in this case, we would have provided the authorization for the user terminals. And in the case of Starlink, they have a gateway in country. So we would have authorized the gateway as well under our point-to-multipoint license category. So in our fee regulations, we had a point-to-multipoint license category for systems above 8,500 megahertz, which these systems fell within. And that was the category we utilized to license these systems. We didn't have to go back for new legislation, as Alvin was alluding to. And what we incorporated in the license, and again, this is coming out because we actually went through a consultation process as part of the authorization. So when we got the applications, we published to the public that, hey, we've gotten these applications in, and we've gotten comments and engagements. So one of the things was, hey, we need to ensure there are suitable protection measures in place to safeguard the existing either GSO or fixed point-to-point links in our market. So we'd have incorporated those conditions in the respective frequency licenses. So this would be for the new satellite systems that came to the market. Moving quickly along, we also have eSIMs. So eSIMs is another thing that we process, and what we're seeing as more and more airlines introduce, Wi-Fi in air services. We see more and more airlines approaching us for authorizations to operate eSIMs, and the satellite operators as well. They say, hey, we have our customers coming into your market. We just want the approval to allow the Earth Station in Motion, when I say eSIM, Earth Station in Motion, to operate in your market. So when we get the application, we review the technical specifications. We ensure they conform with the relevant ITU regulations for eSIM operation. There was a discussion earlier this morning about the new spectrum allocated for eSIMs in the 17 gigahertz band. So we ensure that the systems would operate and comply with those regulations. We grant non-objections to those eSIMs, especially for internationally registered aircraft and vessels. We do provide the approvals for the eSIMs to operate. However, we do have a caveat on that. In case a locally registered airline aircraft wishes to use a eSIM, there needs to be some form of authorization, whether by the airline or from the satellite operator, for the system to operate. Okay. The new developments, we see non-terrestrial network applications coming. So we've received requests. We've actually received requests from 2 interested parties. I should say at least 2, in terms of they're looking for authorization to operate NTN systems in Trinidad and Tobago. One of the requests was particular narrowband non-terrestrial network operation for Internet of Things services. And of course, they specify which bands they would like to operate. So we've gotten interest in this 1980 to 2010, paired with 2170 to 2200 megahertz band N256. So we've gotten a request for interest in this particular band, in compliance with the 3GPP Release 17 standard for non-terrestrial networks. We have another expression of interest for similar system in the 2 gigahertz S band. So in this regard, what we're preparing for is to embark upon a consultation on a spectrum plan for non-terrestrial network systems. And we hope to do that by the end of this fiscal year. And we provide a brief snapshot of what we're looking at from a spectrum plan perspective in terms of the duplex spacing to accommodate the band N256 spec, as well as the S band that the US has adopted. So this is a quick preview of what's going to come in that spectrum plan. once we release for consultation. And my final slide is the big popular topic as discussed today, the whole discussion around direct-to-device. I think all of this was touched on either in the breakfast briefing or in the preliminary presentations this morning, all the different scenarios, whether or not the satellite operators would operate in the bands that the mobile operators have, or if they will use their own spectrum, L-band, S-band, to talk to the devices. So we're monitoring these developments, something that's increasingly on our radar. And I would close by saying, so our plan to sort of encapsulate all of these issues, not just the direct DTD, but all the other issues I spoke about, general satellite authorization, system authorization, eSIMs, and so on. We plan to commence a consultation on a satellite authorization for Trinidad and Tobago in our next fiscal period, which spans from October 24 to September 25. Thank you.
Lots of questions for you, Curly, but I'll save them for later and give Ryan his opportunity to open a discussion.
Excellent. Thank you. Perfect. Thanks. Well, it's great to see so many friendly and familiar faces here. Certainly, I've worked alongside a lot of the regulators in this room over the last few years on a variety of topics, from disaster response and recovery, eSIM licensing, WRC agenda items, and really everything in between, including D2D. So there's a lot of important issues for this region and for Viasat's business. There's maybe a little bit more to the company that we haven't shared with everybody. One of the things I like to mention is that we're really at the cutting edge of space research. So we've been involved in missions to Mars for the United Arab Emirates and some other national space actors, and we're supporting missions to the moon with a variety of national space agencies. We're trusted by world leaders, including aboard Air Force One for head of state communications and really critical services like that. We've also been involved in the manufacture of LEO systems and geosystems for 30, we just hit 38 years last week. Our global network of ground stations for LEO missions helps aspiring national space agencies have a lower cost access to space services and to begin their own journey into the stars. And earlier this year, we helped found the Mobile Satellite Services Association, MSSA, which is aimed at helping develop an ecosystem that's urgently needed to facilitate the provision of satellite-powered mobile services for consumer mobile devices, allowing the closure of the coverage gap once and for all. This includes supporting the development of open, interoperable architectures and standards for use in multi-orbit systems, ground infrastructure, and end-user equipment, supporting the integration of space networks into national telecommunications infrastructure through trusted local partners operating within the sovereign regulatory and national security frameworks that countries have today. We're really trying to build a multiplayer ecosystem to ensure that innovation can proliferate, as our partnership here with Skylo, you can see in the picture, I think is a good demonstration of. So I bring all this up just to say that our company has a vested interest in the future of the industry. And as Alvin and Curly both mentioned, there's a lot coming at regulators in the region from companies like Viasat and a lot of the other satellite operators represented here. That's because we're living in a new space age. You can see the investment, it's not our statistic, but investment really has taken off. And what that means is a variety of new services, ultra high throughput satellites, the adoption of 3GPP standards for NTN, continued growth of eSIMs, new smaller terminals, which our customers really want, both for residential and fixed broadband, as well as for eSIMs. You can see the drone there is a good example of the direction that's going to take. The arrival of multi-orbit constellations and using satellite-to-satellite links, continued expansion of the Ka-band and WRC-23 for the Americas, studying it for Asia-Pacific as well for Work 27, while maintaining the existing protections and EPFD limits for GSO satellites and allowing NGSO to deploy under the same framework under which they were licensed. And the increased R&D in NGSO has led to filings for hundreds of thousands of satellites at the ITU. So as a result, regulators and governments are responding to the challenges presented by all this activity. The creation of the Space Bureau in the United States FCC is a really good example of this, as is the Interministerial Committee in Brazil on Space Sustainability, and the creation of the Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency, which recently added Belize, I think, as its 25th member. So congratulations on that. Lots of innovation, but we've got to make sure that it's able to really take off. Some of these threats are international by their definition. Spectrum and orbits in the areas close to Earth are finite and fragile. We've seen large constellation filings at the ITU across every band, L, S, KU, KA, V, Q, E, and W, for tens of thousands of satellites each. So the overconsumption of those spectrum resources by a few operators, including the spectrum, the orbits, and the look angles, can preclude everybody else's participation in the space economy. It's an invisible brick wall that everybody else could hit. The preclusive effect of mega constellations is just coming to be understood. But we've got a variety of issues at WRC 27 that will continue to study these issues, the preclusive effects of NGSO operation for GEO and other NGSO operators, as well as developing new systems for MSS under some of the agenda items, 1.13, for example. I think there's a clear need defined by the WRC 23 in setting the 27 agenda to evaluate and to start building a regulatory ecosystem that is appropriate for the future of the industry. This really isn't about using one orbit versus another. We shouldn't accept that framing. It's about ensuring the shared use of scarce orbital and spectrum resources and ensuring the continued vitality of critical national and regional systems. As many of you probably know, the only rules that constrain the operation of constellations of thousands and tens of thousands of satellites are the EPFD limits that define the level of protection that GSO, BSS, and FSS networks that we all rely on for a variety of services must receive and provide for the total EPFD budget to be shared by multiple NGSO systems. There's a bit of a rub there, though. The sharing budget's based on there being no more than 3.5 systems in the same band. And we're already seeing 3 NGSO systems from one nation alone. So it's not really clear how everybody else's needs are going to be met. The main tool that the ITU uses to determine how much interference a given NGSO system is going to create, the S.1503 software, has got some known shortcomings, and the modeling, and we're trying to fix that in Working Party 4A over the next 2 years. But there's a lot of work being done that needs to be carefully thought through, and it needs contribution from really all stakeholders, including the regulators here in the Caribbean. But meanwhile, the analysis being done on updated versions of that software, using some of the relevant factors that need to be included in future models of the software, shows that these large constellations will violate the EPFD limits. Well, sorry. The point I want to make, though, just to drive it home real quick, is there is still time to get this all right. If we do it right, we can ensure a more robust ecosystem that can deliver services to your citizens in all of the countries in the Caribbean. It's really about making the future now and the action that requires. So we encourage each of you to start work now to identify and protect the national interests you have, including your ability to access spectrum and orbits on an equitable basis, and to protect national sovereignty. This starts at creating national rules for market access and retaining the capacity to adopt new innovations that will appear in the coming years between now and Work 27, following closely the discussions on things like EPFD limits and the updates to how we model them, and making sure that capacity for new innovation is preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Giselle from Intelsat.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm going to talk about sort of going on the same theme as Ryan about innovation in the satellite industry. And as I said, I work for Intelsat, who's been providing services for over 60. It's our 60th anniversary this year, actually. So one thing that I wanted to, just as opening remarks, I mean, I think there's a lot of innovation, and the 3 areas I'm kind of focus on is the transition of satellites from hardware to software defined, which is providing, a lot of flexibility, diversification of orbits, of course, which is on everybody's radar screen, and the universal standard for satellites, so through the 3GPP services. So, the satellite industry is innovating at an extraordinary pace these days. So, as I said, in space, we're having software-defined satellites. We have the NGSOs coming in fast and furious. On the ground side, we're developing electrically steered phased array antennas that can communicate with both GEOs and non-GSO satellites. So it's a, dual type of Earth station. I think one of the key things that's really interesting is, at least for Intelsat's view, is the 3GPP non-terrestrial networks. And that's really evolving the roles of satellite and getting it to be more integrated with terrestrial services. I think as the figure shows, initially with 2G, there was really no synergy between satellites and terrestrials. But as we are evolving and providing more services, I think that's changing. And we look really that the satellite or the non-terrestrial networks are going to be an integral part of, this whole communications ecosystem of connecting everyone. So our vision is a unified vision where you have multi-layers. And I think, in our view, the only way to really connect everyone everywhere is to integrate satellites into the ecosystem of delivering services to end users. And, this is becoming a reality because of the work that's being done in 3GPP. So I think somebody already talked about release 17. So that's covers, I think, mostly the L and S band. And I think the next release will probably cover bands above 10 gigahertz. And just recently, Intelsat introduced looking at KU band in releases 18 and 19. And this was supported obviously by the satellite industry, but also by terrestrial operators who I think also see the benefit of this, integration. And, I think the first panel talked a lot about collaboration between the sectors. And I think 3GPP is a place where it's actually happening in real time. So some example use cases, of course, there's the direct to device. So I wasn't going to focus too much on that because I think it's familiar, but I think there's other use cases that'll benefit greatly from having this integration, having a 6G compatible satellite system. And one of those would be aero and maritime, where we would be able to provide, more services more seamlessly to passengers on aircraft and, cruise ships, for example. The connected cars, that's another area where I think there's going to be a lot of innovation. In the cellular backhaul, I mean, folks are doing that already today through satellite, but I think this will allow it to become much more integrated and extend those services to, underserved areas. So, the satellite ecosystem is evolving and the regulators really have a big role and a critical role to play here. So, so I think, for the scalability, we need to have something that's requires certainty if we're going to invest all this, resources and money to provide these systems. So, and I know you've heard this a million times, but satellites are global by nature. So to realize their full potential, you really have to have some consistency, globally. You can't have, 5 countries doing this and 4 countries doing that. It really has to be sort of a consistent. And I think this is true for probably all the telecommunications. So, I guess my final thought is that, the regulators, NTN is just sort of coming into fruition now, but really to harness the positive outcomes that can come from that, it's important for the regulators to be involved and to look at their regulations and to, be forward thinking, which I think we heard today from many, many folks, so that we can all, harness the benefits of these technologies going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Share and share alike comes to mind. I'm going to take the chairman's prerogative of asking a question of each of our panelists, but I'd like you to put your thinking hats on, because I'm sure there are questions from you as well, but I'll give you 2 minutes to do that. I'm going to address a question separately at each of you, because I think you've each picked up on slightly different topics, which are of particular interest. Alvin, you mentioned that there were regulatory challenges like in the licensing regime. And yet you also, and I think Curly said the same thing, for aviation and maritime, for eSIMs, that was straightforward. So why is it more straightforward to enable satellite and NTN connectivity for aircraft and boats than it is on land?
Yeah, thank you, Richard. That's a very interesting question. And I think from a regulator standpoint, it's one of the things we wrestle with every day, licensing and trying to get it right. In the case of the eSIMs, both aeronautical and maritime, both the foreign registered aircraft and cruise ships that traverse the waters of the ECTEL states, I think it was a no-brainer, to be quite honest, that we went the route of the exemption order, in that they weren't really providing services locally. It was just for their commercial clients that were moving through our space. Because if we had to go the route of licensing, it may have led to some complications in that you would have to look at coming up with a fee structure that would work for vessels that you really cannot monitor, because who knows how many aircrafts or maritime vessels traverse our waters. And you're not talking about one state, you're talking about, in our case, 5 states, and some of them, like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, have many small islands. So monitoring would be almost an impossible burden on the regulator. So that was one of the recommendations that was put forward to the ECTEL Council of Ministers, and they agreed on the exemption of the eSIMs. Now, when it comes to the actual licensing of providers in territory, we face 2 issues. One, we have to look at the services they're providing and fit them on the licensing regime. If they're looking to provide broadband, generally the licensing requirement requires that broadband service would have to be made universally available to all. In other words, they would have to deploy service coverage. And one of the challenges we have with that is that most of these newer generation would normally do, and Ryan can speak to that, but they basically would be licensed as a VSAT, or basically what we call a flyaway system. And the challenge with a regulator is that, with regulating that, is that you need, at least under the current regime, you need to oblige by the licensing requirements for coverage and network. So that's one. The other aspect of it is, how would we actually charge for the spectrum? Because these newer services use larger swaths of spectrum than the legacy C-band and KU-band systems that were on the previous, under the current licensing regime. So that was another challenge. How do we actually fit them into our current system? So the decision was taken that under the Electronic Communications Act, we look at all of these issues, and then we come up with a licensing regime that addresses all of these issues that I've pointed out. And also that would make the operators coming and also contribute to the Universal Service Fund so that service can be made universally available to to all of the populations. So those are some of the considerations we've taken on board.
Thank you. Very interesting, because I thought you were going to say things like lawful intercept and other things that are much more difficult to do with satellite. Curly, one of the things you mentioned in your presentation was that you've licensed gateways as well as the user terminals. Is there a particular reason you've done that? Was it just an advantageous thing that you're well located for the operators, or was there a requirement in some way for them to place a gateway within Trinidad and Tobago?
There was no requirement to place a gateway. So on this slide, I mentioned two applicants came in. There was Starlink and there was Neptune. Not both of them don't have a gateway. Only one issued a gateway, right? So there's no requirement to have a gateway. That was in their terms of their network design, their network resiliency for the region. They needed to have the provider who required a gateway. They needed to have gateways in certain points across the region to ensure they provide continuous connectivity to all of the terminals, whether maritime or on land. And it so happened that Trinidad and Tobago was one of the countries from their design, they needed to have a gateway. So once they indicated that to us, we would have incorporated it into the licensing regime we designed.
Right. Okay. Ryan, and in fact, the same is true for Giselle as well, but specifically you mentioned 3GPP standards. Historically, we find that satellite broadband of all kinds has been quite bespoke to each operator. And I can't take a Eutelsat terminal and use it on Intelsat and so on. And now we're all becoming friends and looking at 3GPP standards. How important is that going to be going forward, or will we still see some kind of divergence from those standards?
It's a good question. I think when we look at the opportunities for direct to device, frankly, it's compelling for us to make some compromises to the way we've thought about it traditionally. Most satellite operators grew up in a paradigm, certainly those that have been around for decades, of building really bespoke systems because their clients were also very bespoke, right? A lot of the clientele was oil and gas, military, government, maybe some cellular backhaul in the last decade or 20 years, but it was always very bespoke. And now if we're trying to reach broader consumer markets, we've got to make things that, can fit into an iPhone and an Android device. And so I think the move by the industry into 3GPP to embrace that opportunity has unlocked a lot of potential for us, but certainly it represents a new paradigm.
Okay. And finally, Giselle, I was thinking as you were speaking about the way in which satellite is now playing a role that terrestrial played, certainly in less densely populated areas. Do you think we'll reach a point where satellite will start pushing back against terrestrial, so that in the less densely populated areas, for an example, instead of even beginning to think about rolling out terrestrial, we start to think about satellite, and as the capabilities of satellite improve, we roll back terrestrial coverage? Do you think that will ever happen?
Well, time will tell, but I don't think rolling back is maybe the right phrase, but I would think it's more of, satellite improving the coverage. I think every technology has their space. But in sparsely, if you have a population that's super low, obviously it doesn't make sense to deploy a full-on terrestrial network, but maybe you could have some kind of terrestrial network, but it's augmented by satellite, and then where you have more populated areas, you have terrestrial networks that are augmented, it's kind of the opposite. So I don't really see, that satellites would necessarily fully push out terrestrial networks in rural or unpopulated areas. But, I think if you're hiking the Alps, satellite's probably going to be your only, so maybe in those cases, but those are kind of extreme. So I think in countries, I think you'll probably have both. It'll just be whether it's, 10%, 90%, and which way it goes, I think will vary depending on the situation.
Well, thank you. Let's open up the floor for questions. Look at that. Before I've even said let's go, we've got Melissa down here. Who's our microphone person today? Jordan.
Thank you, Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Melissa Sutherland representing Canto, the trade association for the operators in the region. Tomorrow, these folks have given you a prelude to my presentation tomorrow. So let me see if I can get some additional info from them. So the challenge that we have in the region, which I will also raise tomorrow if it still makes sense, is that once you have global operators, regional businesses become overwhelmed. Here is what I mean. We have the over-the-top providers, your Netflixes, your Amazon, your Googles, and so on. And we are now in a discussion as industry with governments and regulators about fair share. And fair share is about over-the-top providers paying their fair share for using our networks. So that's one conversation, the focus being on global operators. Satellite, as I think providers have already said, is a global business. And that presents challenges for businesses that tend to be focused geographically. And so that is something that regulators will have to look at, just managing that global influence. I know it's a challenge. I work in regulators. I know that regulators grapple with balancing the interests of more stakeholders than any single sector. But for a question for the group there is, how do we manage the global influences that, if we use the example of OTTs, is already drying up revenues for businesses in the region, revenues for governments, revenues for regulators as well. Now comes another global industry, not on earth, in the sky. So just a conversation on that. Thank you.
Wow. I'm glad I'm not answering that question. Ryan, if it's okay, I'll start with you and then Giselle, and if our regulatory colleagues want to add to that as well.
Somebody say a prayer for me. Well, look, I think there's a fundamental difference between a technology like any of the OTTs and a capacity provider in the first instance, just because the nature of those two things is quite different. So focusing my comments on what the provision of additional capacity can mean to the region, I think there's two ways to look at it. The first is it's a complementary technology, right? Most of the time when we talk about direct to device, you know, Inmarsat, which is part of Viasat, has offered direct to device for many, many years with its own proprietary handsets. That's, let's say, model 1.0. That's not necessarily the business model that we have envisioned for going to broad consumer coverage, where we might find it very, very convenient to offer to, I'll just say, Digicel and Flow subscribers, just to use some local companies as a stand-in, to provide to those operators our capacity, not taking their customers and having a direct relationship with them, right? So that's kind of piece one, right? That we can provide, we can fill in the gaps. Certainly we had a good conversation about this in Trinidad a couple of weeks ago at the Smart Seas Initiative workshop, where we talked about how do you take somebody who's an onshore subscriber to a mobile network operator and make sure that that person has some kind of coverage when they go out to sea without them having to go through a second contract, right? There are other places and other situations where going direct is attractive for us, frankly, right? We have a residential business in the United States, in many European countries, Mexico, Brazil. And then when we come to Jamaica, we go in with a partner. So that partner is integral to our business. And I think you've seen that in a lot of other markets in Central America and North Africa, et cetera. So I would say, you know, direct competition is pretty unlikely. It's not terribly attractive for us in a lot of markets. And the substantive service that we provide is, I think, it's quite different, right? At the D2D level, it's complementary, and it's not going to be people's primary way of getting mobile data, just because the costs aren't going to be competitive anytime soon with something with a base station that's plugged into fiber, right? Yeah.
Giselle, do you want to address that one as well?
Not really, but I'll try. No, I mean, I think, as a regulator, you guys have the tough job of deciding some of these things, but I think, I guess my view is that regulators should leverage all technologies in order to provide the best services to their consumers, and to the extent that that requires, a lot of countries already require local presences, to provide services, and there's different regulatory regimes, I think, that could maybe address some of the concerns that you raised, but so.
Our two regulatory colleagues, do you want to add anything? Try and make it quick because we'll see if we can get some more questions in before time's up.
Yeah, it's not an easy question to answer, as our colleague said from the industry, but from the regulator standpoint, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we have the task force, basically to look at these difficult questions and formulate policies to advise our member states. Part of the challenge we're facing is that some of the regulatory structure is archaic and they need to be overhauled. Overhauled to what? That's what we need a discussion on, because the industry is moving forward and we cannot stay behind. So that's part of the challenge. And if we're moving forward as a region, we need to look at these challenges, come up with a policy that's harmonized so that if Viasat or Intelsat wants to come in the market, they know that there's a harmonized licensing regime, a harmonized spectrum sharing across the region so that there are no disparities if you go to Trinidad or Jamaica or you come to the Ectel states. And I think that's one of the purpose of the CTU and the Spectrum Management Task Force, to advise our member states on the best approach to these things.
Thank you. Curly, a quick comment from you, or shall we try and grab another question?
No, listen, I want to take a slightly different slant from my colleagues on the panel to say that I think, one, you talked about the global operators, the global operators, satellite versus the OTTs. I think there's a big distinction, what we've seen to date between those two, in that the global satellite operators that have come to seek authorization in our markets have aimed to participate in our regulatory frameworks. They sought to get licensed, they sought to register local entities. So they may not have local networks, but they'll have local legal entities, get service authorizations and pay license fees. One of the things I've heard when you all talk about this fair share discussion, the operators, I shouldn't say you all, they can't too, is the level playing field. How is it that you all have to pay license fees and taxes and all that sort of stuff, and the OTT players don't? Well, you don't have that discussion with from our experience to date, and I mentioned that we've authorized a couple. In our experience today, the satellite players have chosen to participate. And I shouldn't say chosen, they are required, but they have participated in the regulatory framework. So you don't have that unlevel playing field. So you still do have that participation in the economy, the taxation regulatory economy that exists, that they participate in. They still contribute to universal service funds. I think there was a discussion about that. And then the other side of it is, Melissa, I mean, I think it's difficult if there's a very rural community that has been unable to get access to services for decades, right? And then you have a technology like this that can deploy services really to those consumers within a week for $500 US, that we should deny those persons when we're trying to look at universal, digital inclusion. So I think as regulators and as governments, it's our responsibility to leverage the available technologies in a responsible, balanced manner, which obviously does not undermine the local investment that the existing operators have made, but ensure there's a proper, wholesome competition. And I'll tell you, I'll one more point. Sorry, Richard. When you look across the Caribbean, there's a concern in some Caribbean islands that there's not adequate competition. There's only two players that they could look to for service, right? We don't have that problem in Trinidad. We have like 8 ISPs here in Trinidad, but in some of the other Caribbean islands that my friend has oversight of, they only have 2 ISPs. So if you're fed up with one and you switch, and this other one shooting your bad, you have to go back to the first one that you're vexed with, right? You know, some of these satellite options provide customers with a real competitive option where they could, you know, they not feel tied into just the two existing operators that they have, and we could actually have true market competitive forces in some of these small islands. As I said, the key to it from where I see it is, as long as that alternative satellite provider is registered, is, you know, paying taxes up, you know, they're paying their license fees and universals and doing what the other domestic operators are doing, I am all for welcoming their entry. That's my opinion. Yeah.
And they switch to the third operator and find that it's worse than the other two. And then where do we go? I'm just looking at Dan. Do we have time for one more question or do we need to wrap up? Fine. One more. Right. One more quick question if we have one. Oh, right. Over there.
Good afternoon, Quan Wilson, Spectrum Management Authority. So my question is directed to Curly. On your presentation, I saw something that caught my attention. So from a universal service perspective, I saw you have almost 100% broadband connection. You have 4G, 3G coverage in the 90s, but for your mobile internet penetration, it's almost 50%. I'm just kind of wondering what attributes to that and how, as a regulator, you would seek to address that issue.
Yeah, Quan, very astute of you to make that out. That's something that has been bothering our CEO as well, to be quite honest. So what we had to do was we had to re-engage the mobile operators that submit the reports to us in terms of their mobile subscription. And we did a little more interrogation and a little more analysis, a little more challenging and investigation. And as I think I mentioned when I presented it, we should be getting some updated stats. So we hope to see when those updated statistics come in that the mobile penetration should go up. Because in our view, once you have a mobile package, whether you're postpaid or prepaid, once you have the ability to get access to data, that should count, right? It shouldn't be a case where if you're only a postpaid customer with a data-specific package or whatever. Once you have a package, a mobile package that allows you the ability to get online, that should count as part of the mobile penetration, especially if you have good 3G, 4G signal quality. So that's something we're reviewing as we speak. And we hope when we update our next quarterly reports, we are optimistic that number should hopefully improve. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think that's all we have time for. So please put your hands together for our panelists, Alvin, Curly, Ryan, and Giselle. And I'll take this opportunity to once again thank the SMA for hosting this wonderful conference, to Forum Global, to all the sponsors. And I'll leave you with thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Val. Muchas gracias.
Multilingual, Richard. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. So thank you. Yes, as Richard said, thank you to all our panelists. And Richard, thank you so much as well. So thank you very much for that. So that just about finishes things for the conference today. But as I said, we do now have our reception. So really hope you're all able to join us for the reception. So there's buses, as I said, which are going to be taking us over to the reception now. The buses are waiting. If you're outside this door here to my left, your right, as you're sitting there. So there's buses which you'll see just out the front there, which are going to take us all down to the pavilion, which is part of this hotel, but on a different part of the hotel site here. So really hope you're all able to join us for that. Jordan, what time do we start tomorrow with the breakfast briefing? Put you on the spot here now. I'm just checking. I think we're back. We're back at 8:15 tomorrow. So it's a bit earlier starting tomorrow, just to let everyone know. But we have, again, our breakfast briefing to kick things off. So an introduction to all of the issues. So 8:15 for the breakfast briefing, and then we're back here at 9. So but once again, thank you so much to all of our speakers, all of our panelists today. Thank you to all of you for your contributions as well. Please do make your way out to the buses that are waiting, and looking forward to seeing you over at the pavilion for the cocktail reception shortly. Thank you very much.